Everybody to have a seat and let's get started. City Clerk.
City Council Member, Agency Director, Authority Members Molly.
Present.
Mann.
I'm present.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chairman Chris.
Present.
Mayor Chairman Paris.
Here.
We have a quorum.
And the invocation tonight is who? Daryl, this is a perfect time for you to do the invocation. Daryl can't do it? What, he gets elected, he can't pray anymore? You know, Daryl, I think you ought to have a conversation with God about this. You made the wrong choice. Oh, Henry's here. Where's Henry? Henry, do you still remember how to pray?
We'll never forget. Statement that I always make is that I don't know what everybody else believes, but the name that I have that gives power to what I pray, his name is Jesus, and I cannot deny that. Father, we thank you so much for this opportunity to meet here. We thank you for what just happened out on the yard as a complete display of love to many that came here tonight. As we celebrate this season of the year, let us not forget the fact that it's real, that you really did send your son on our behalf, and we thank you for it. Thank you for these men that you have set over this city, our mayor and the council, that you've set over this city to lead it in a way that the city would give credit to the kingdom by its behavior. And we ask you to bless now and give wisdom to our mayor and to the council as they lead us tonight. In the precious and matchless name of Jesus, I pray this prayer. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. One good question.
Please remain standing. Place your hand over your heart and repeat with me. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you.
So let's remove CA1 from the council agenda. And I can just do that now, right?
So you want to advance CA1 to now?
I do. Is that what these notes meant?
Yes.
You need to use smaller words. Okay, let's do that. At this time, I'm nominating Daryl. This is your big moment. You got to look. At this time, I'm nominating Daryl Doris, one of my closest friends, a person that I rely on, who never hesitates to tell me the truth instead of what I might want to hear, and somebody who truly loves his city, to sit as a councilman.
I'll second that motion.
Let's vote. Oh, wait a minute. Do I have to open it? Do I have to open up to public comment?
I don't know that we have any speaker cards on. If we have speaker cards on CA1, then we do need to take them. We have a speaker card.
Sean Twain, Cannon.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, council members, council member to be. I rise today to basically put the people of Lancaster and our council and our mayor on notice. I was a recent graduate of Desmond High School, as I believe, if I'm correct, you were too, Mr. Mayor. And the thing is after I graduated high school, I was a tutor there at Desert Winds. What is happening in our schools and what's happening in our city is that a lot of people, my peers, feel like they're being swept under the rug and left behind. So, that being said, I applied for this position, and I understand that your intention to nominate Mr. Daryl was put on the city website before before the applications were being accepted. So basically, I rise to say that we need to empower our youth and we need to empower the people of our city. And when we advocate for young people, like the people at Desert Winds High School, we will create a better city and we will prevent our city from becoming an incubator for mass shooters. Now, the thing is, Mr. Mayor, is that right now I know that there's a homelessness issue on the agenda. There are people who are going to Desert Winds High School, Antelope Valley High School, Lancaster High School, and high schools all over the Antelope Valley who are living out of motels and do not have places to stay. And I'm rising today to be a voice for them. And I understand that you've already have someone in mind to fill this position, but what I would like to say is that I challenge anyone here has in mind to bring the perspective, the unique perspective and courage that it takes to speak to these youth and to speak to them and to empower them and to bring that to the City Council. So, that being said, I would love to be considered for this seat. I am old enough to be considered for this seat, and we are, my generation, I'm speaking on behalf of them in Lancaster, we are done asking permission to lead. We are asking for the opportunity to lead today, and if that opportunity is not extended to us, we will ask the voters for that opportunity in the next election. And with that being said, my time is running out. I just wanted to put that on the record and to put on the record for everyone here that we will not stand idly by and let our city become an incubator for a mass shooter. Thank you.
You know, we've been having a conversation in the last few days about as people mature, they seem to take one of two paths, especially people who have the courage to stand up and speak in front of people, who have a rhythm to how they speak, meaning you've put some practice into this. You don't get to do that without practicing it. It was a great presentation. But there's two paths, and one is about what we can do positively to create a better place where people thrive, and another is to talk about mass shootings and talk about the negative aspect of why you might have a complaint. I would hope you would think about that, because here you had me totally wrapped into what you were saying, and I'm sitting here, where can I place him to see if he actually has what it takes to do something? And then you went negative on me. Now, why would I consider that? Do you really think putting that much energy into the negative side of how things operate is something that's going to be attractive to any of us? I'd like to talk to you when this is over and see if there's something you can do with the city. But no, I'm not appointing you to the council. Anyone else?
No other speaker cards.
Unless, Daryl, you think I should switch you out.
All right. Let's vote.
All right, nominations are closed. Let's vote.
You need to vote too.
Oh, I got to vote too. Well, you obviously got my attention. I forgot to vote.
Why is Angela still up there?
You know, maybe
No, Raj.
Raj has outlived his usefulness. He can't seem to vote.
The mayor asked him to move over.
Okay.
How come it's always my fault? Is there anything in this city that's not my fault?
Pretty much.
Okay, I'll live with it. I'll go with it. It's unanimous. You are our new council.
I, Gerald Dorr, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon
discharge the duties upon
which I am about to enter.
which I am about to enter.
Okay, we're going to take a short break because we got something to do with Daryl. It's kind of like a Mason secret thing. Or not. I mean, I can wait if you want. We good? Okay, Jason, you want to start with the presentations?
Yes, I'm going to ask Tom Sullivan, Captain Tom Sullivan, or Chief Sullivan, to come up and make the first presentation.
Okay,
Chief.
great.
Well, thanks for the crowd. Greatly appreciated coming out listening to the fire department today. I thank you very much for that. Thank you. Mayor Paris, Vice Mayor Chris, and City Council. Greatly appreciated you guys having me here today. My name is Tom Sullivan. I am your Assistant Fire Chief here with LA County Fire Department, Division 5 for your fire department. I want to go over a couple things with you. I was asked nicely by the city manager just to tell you, bring you up to date on all the good things that LA County is doing out here with the city of Lancaster, and I think you'll be very appreciative and very happy of what we're doing out here right now. Effective December 1st, your Los Angeles County Fire Department put in Engine 233, another paramedic engine at Fire Station 33 down the street. As you well know, your LA County Fire Department, we strive to do the best that we can do out here. And we have one of the busiest areas out here. And by putting another piece of apparatus at Fire Station 33, housed by professional firefighters, able to fight fires, wildland fires, EMS calls, and also put another paramedic on there is going to be essential to the city and to the welfare of the people of the city here. We are also, I'm pleased to present as well, our APRU 11. And the APRU stands for the Advanced Provider Response Unit. This is put into service on December 1st of this year here in your city. The nice thing about this is the 11, we named it for the battalion which Lancaster is in, hence the name APRU 11, so you'll see that around. Your fire department, your LA County Fire Department, has recognized the medical needs of the residents have fundamentally changed throughout the years. Emergency medical services make up almost 85% of our call volume and continue to rise every year. It is incumbent upon me, your fire department as your chief, to respond to this ever-evolving need to consider other ways of delivery of service through the Antelope Valley and for the residents. And this is our APRU, or our Emergency Provider Response Unit. You're going to see here on the slide that our current unsustainable path that we saw, the ER system is the most expensive place to receive unscheduled health care. EMS is the most expensive way to get there, and our safety net is dangerously taxed with our hospitals about bringing them there. While we have and will continue to serve the emergent medical needs of our sickest patients with skill and compassion through our paramedic program, we also need to recognize that there are many patients who we care for who are less acute or who don't have as severe needs for our paramedics. Continue to manage all patients as they are critical and transport them all to emergency rooms would probably put us on and has been on an unsustainable path. A few years ago, our fire department looked on alternative models of care delivery. I am proud to announce today the launch of Los Angeles County Fire Department's first in the area, in the county, I think even in the state, of our Advanced Provider Unit number 11. The APRU, your Advanced Provider Response Unit, will be in service in the city of Lancaster Monday through Thursday from the hours of 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. This will be a one-year pilot program funded directly through Measure B to ensure, and we will also look and ensure the effectiveness and sustainability in such a program, not only in Lancaster as a pilot program, but also within the County of Los Angeles, and maybe other places will adopt it as well. The APRU, the APRU will be able to assess minor patients in the field, perform simple interventions, and redirect patients to appropriate levels of care without the needs of ambulance or emergency room visits. The APRU will also be able to free up our paramedic and our engines and squads to assist more critical patients. They will be able to go out there and assess in a tier kind of dispatch to do any kind of basic life support and advanced life support. They can bandage, they can give medications, they can write prescriptions, and they also follow up with patients that they come in contact every day if that's applicable, and they can call them at home or via cell phone just to see how they're doing. Today and behind you, hopefully they're still here after the nice presentation to swear you in, Mr. Councilman. I appreciate that. We have tonight with us, we have Captain Vic Torres, who is the captain today on APRU. We also have nurse practitioner, come on down, Krista Cardenas. Come on down, guys. And we have paramedic intern Aaron Allman, who are here today on APRU. Yes, please, give them a hand. So these are in front of you, they run alternate shifts for the 4 days, Monday through Thursday. They switch off, and we'll have a different captain usually every day, another nurse practitioner, and today we have the paramedic ride-along today from AV College that's with us today. As we look forward, again, with the city of Lancaster, this is very innovative of what we're doing and coming out here through the Antelope Valley to be one of the first in California, to use that Measure B money to put that to work to us, and hopefully we're able to get some kind of benchmark to have some kind of sustainability out here that is going to work for our citizens of Lancaster. Once again, I'm pleased to present the RU11, or our APRU 11, and the crew that we have working here today. I'm able to answer any questions if you have it. Thank you.
So, hold on. We do have some questions. Come back.
Come on in.
So, what's the cost? I mean, say we call, I'm having a stroke. You come save my life, hopefully.
Right now, there is no cost. Right now, this is coming out of Measure B, out of a grant funded for 1 year program from the County of Los Angeles to do that. After the 1 year, we're going to be coming up with statistics and see what this will cost to actually keep this sustained throughout the AV as well. So it's going to take a little bit, Mayor, to try and figure out if this were to be a cost to the citizens or the cost to the city. But right now, we're not there because we're still in that phase of a pilot program.
So are we going to be billing insurance companies if people have insurance?
No. Right now, this is an LA County Fire Department process that we're going through. We can't speak on behalf of the ambulances, because this is going to try and free up ambulances and other paramedic squads for the more serious patients. They'll be able to go out there again with medications, just talking, they can do sutures, they can follow up, whatever it takes, and hopefully take the best care that we can, but they can leave the patient at home and not have to take them to the hospital and incur all those costs.
So you guys could actually roll onto a house, somebody's bleeding, you could suture them, give them some pain relief, and leave, right?
Correct.
That's incredible. So what are we measuring on this?
I'm sorry?
What's the metrics? What are we measuring throughout the year to see?
So we need to come up with some kind of algorithm or some kind of formula of the calls that we are running, and we're still doing it right now to see as we start gaining statistics on the calls, the BLS runs, and then compare them against our ALS runs, our heart attacks, our traffic collisions, things of the lower tier. And we won't know that until we come up with probably a 3 months, 6 months, and have benchmarks to be able to come up with, okay, is this really helping? I think over the last, and again, I think I can speak on their behalf, or I can, there's days that they're running 20 calls a day here in the city that are alleviating our paramedic squads and our fire engines to take more priority calls than maybe some of the calls that aren't dictated on the 911 system.
So who makes the decision as to roll you or to roll?
So right now it'll go through our dispatching. If someone were to call 911, they'll dispatch it they'll dispatch everybody as it is critical. The captain of the APRU will listen to that call and be able to prioritize it on a tier. And they'll dispatch just them with an engine company. And then when they get on scene, with a nurse practitioner for an ALS run or a BLS, they'll be able to handle it and let everybody else go to other calls. So they're able to prioritize it.
So you make the call once you get there?
Correct.
Whether to release the other?
That is correct. And then the paramedic squads become available and your engine companies become available.
This is world-changing.
This is. That's why I was asked to come here, because this is something. Mesa, Arizona tried this, or they still have it. There's other cities throughout the nation that are trying this, but with your LA County Fire Department and what we're putting behind this, I think you're going to see a lot of good stuff coming out of here with all the people and the care and the compassion that we have for this community and the things we want to do to help better this community. And we are well aware of the price tag that this could have. But right now, with them going out, our APRU crew going out and being able to rent, there is no bill. They do it obviously within their tax dollars, but this is coming out of Measure B that was already voted by the citizens.
Can we get a picture with you?
Absolutely.
This is a world-changing event.
This is it right here. This is why we're here.
Hybrid fire department.
Where would you like us, Mayor?
Let's do it right
Right here? All right.
No, Daryl, you go. We're not running for election. This is very innovative here in the city, right? Tom. Tom, you have an opportunity. A lot of people, they talk about the measure that your fire department put out there. You don't have to.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate the time. The APRU is one of a kind, so greatly appreciated for your time, Mayor. LA County is going to be looking for, a ballot proposal possibly that's coming up. And with all due respect, right now, I don't think I will come back and talk about it when I believe it's with the Board of Supervisors right now, just to make sure that I have the proper verbiage. And again, without going into the politics of it, I think I will wait till another time to make sure that I have everything, to make sure that our citizens of Lancaster know exactly what's coming up, and to make sure that I'm able to answer those questions.
Thank you, and wonderful job for what you guys do.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, Jason.
Mayor and Council, today we have an opportunity to recognize a number of very long-term, very successful employees for the City of Lancaster, serving us and our community for a long period of time. This is always a fun time because oftentimes people work behind the scenes and they don't necessarily look for credit, but they always deserve it. And while we may give it to them at work, it's fun to let them share with their family and friends and their coworkers to let them know how appreciative we are of their work. We're going to start with Christy Slayton, 20 years. Christy's worked with a number of different departments. She's right now in public safety and doing a fantastic job. And if you can imagine public safety, we get a lot of different calls, right, from a different. One of her greatest strengths is her customer service ability, an ability to calm down a resident in sometimes adversarial situations. And I think a lot of times when people approach city halls, they often come with a tense mindset. The reality is we're here to serve, and she exemplifies that and does a fantastic job of that. So with that, Christy, thank you very much. We truly appreciate your work. With this, you get a little plaque. On the personal side, she has an amazing family and is a great mother and a caregiver to her family as well. So great job, Christy. Next person we're going to announce is a long-term, 30 years with the city. When we talk about her, the first thing that comes to mind is hard work. She works harder than anybody else, and they'll know this, and they're probably grumbling back there, harder than anybody else in our Public Works Department. And that's when I say she, and she's been here for 30 years. So you can factor that she was working in the Public Works Department 30 years ago as a woman, and you got to respect that. Not only as a woman, being in a man's field, but working harder and stronger than everybody else. She still works that way to this day. Maria, if you can come on up. And I say this, truly an unsung hero, because when you're out there late at night at the events, when you're working on the weekends, when you get called out for bad weather, things of that nature, she's the first one to respond, and she's the last one to leave, and we're really appreciative of her work. So thank you, Maria. And 30 years, I think, deserves a picture. If you guys can come on down, that'd be fantastic, Mayor. Come over here, Maria. Go. No. Now, those folks are folks that are still in the race, so to speak. The next one I'm going to talk about is the one crossing the finish line, and that's 34 years of service with the city, and that's Pat Murphy. If Pat can come on down. And we're happy. He combed his hair. When you think about finishing the race, I know he's not finished, and when I say he's finishing the race, he's finishing the race here. If you can picture 34 years ago, the city is now 42 years old. 34 years ago is when Pat started. I can tell you he knows the ins and outs of every project around here, the histories of the politics, the stories can be told by Pat. And it's not only from the institutional memory are we losing, but we're losing a great friend of city staff. And when you've been here 34 years, you've created some long-term friendships, not only personal, but familial friendships, and just a great passion for this community. So, Pat, we are going to miss you, but we wish you well.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. One more picture would be great. Come on. Sorry. Oh, come on up there. There you go.
Everybody in the picture.
Yeah. And not to mention his wife Jackie was here today, and it is a family affair. During the streets of Lancaster, you could see them both working all the time, passionate there. So Jackie, congratulations. The next recognition is kind of fun for me. As you recall, if you're a watcher of the city council meetings, George Beatty is a regular. He has normally come up here and had a critique of the city council, some of which you listened to, some of which you did not. One of the critiques he had, or one of the critiques is it relates to illegal dumping and the need to clean it up. And he decided to volunteer, if you recall this council meeting. He says, give me a truck, give me a volunteer, I'll go out and pick up some of these illegal dumps. Well, we called his bluff. And literally, George put his money where his mouth is. He is our first, I don't want to say first public works employee, a volunteer, but he has been, over the few weeks and months that he's been participating, one of the most effective. As a result, we wanted to acknowledge him, right? And invite George up and give him a big round of applause. And I'm sure he's going to want to say a few words. Keep them few, right? He's working for us now. I think I can fire him now. I'm not sure.
I didn't know you could fire about it.
No, yeah, that's right. But I'll read this real quick. There's a lot of nice things to say about him. But the proclamation basically finishes with, now therefore Lancaster City Council commends George for his service and contributions to the community. And that's not just the volunteer spot. I mean, he's been here a long, long time, as you guys know. His dedication and the commitment to excellence serves as a shining example. He's a true inspiration to others and aspires to fulfill the civic duty to make a difference. It is with distinction that Lancaster City Council will name the volunteer program, or a volunteer program, in honor of George in recognition of his selfless work and continuing betterment of Lancaster. So with that, George, thank you very much.
George, you got to get a picture. I think what you did is so cool. I really do. I thought we were going to have the pictures to show everybody, but you actually did it. This thing is going to take off. More and more people are going to be able to actually do stuff.
I didn't want to embarrass anybody.
Yeah. What?
I didn't want to embarrass anybody on the payroll.
He did in
there is that.
Yeah. He did in a 4-hour stretch. He picked up 14 mattresses.
That's incredible. Yeah. Come on up. Let's get a picture.
Come on up. Thank you, George. And last but not least is the last presentation. I'm asked Shannon Dow to come up and present. As you know, we were awarded approximately a month ago the Most Business-Friendly City Award for the third time from the LA EDC. And it was a quick presentation from Shannon and the presentation of the award to the council.
So as Jason mentioned, Lancaster is the first ever 3-time winner of the Los Angeles County Economic Development Corporation's Most Business-Friendly City Award. So here to say a few words about that are Carrie Rogers, Executive VP for LADC. Where's Carrie? Oh, right here. And Leonard Borellis, Regional Manager. They're going to share a little bit about the award.
Such great news tonight with all these awards and everything.
You haven't seen it all yet.
Well, good evening, Mayor Paris and members of the council. As Shannon said, I'm Carrie Rogers. I'm a Senior Vice President for the LAEDC, and this is my colleague, Leonard Morales. He's a District Manager here in the Antelope Valley and for North County. On behalf of the LAEDC and our CEO, Bill Allen, and our entire Board of Governors, congratulations again on being elected and selected as the 2019 Most Business-Friendly City in LA County Award for Large Cities. LAEDC values leadership programs that foster a successful business climate. In the last 3 decades, you may know that LA County has added more than 2.5 million residents, but only a few 100,000 jobs. Some cities in this county have actually lost jobs, while other cities have gained. Much of the reason for that disparity that we know is that many cities, frankly, are more proactive than others are. They're more business friendly. They attract and retain good quality jobs for their residents that pay good salaries, that generate good tax revenue for the cities. LAEDC created this word back in 2006 in order to get the word out worldwide just how business friendly our cities are in LA County. Over the years, the application has been modified based on input from city applicants and judges regarding the business licenses, land use, regional collaboration, film friendliness, and others. Each year, our statewide blue ribbon panel of judges, made up of economic and business leaders throughout the state, are given the opportunity to learn a great deal about LA County cities that are committed to business-friendly practices and policies. As Shannon mentioned previously, Lancaster was a Most Business-Friendly City finalist, as well as winning the Most Business-Friendly Large City in 2007 and 2013. After winning, each city must sit out for 5 years. Oftentimes, those winners, they kind of fall behind what other cities are doing, but that isn't the case here with Lancaster. This year's Blue Ribbon panel of judges recognized a few things that I wanted to share with you that I think are outstanding. Each department in the city of Lancaster considers itself to be part of the economic development team, with a shared goal of helping the city grow and prosper. And that doesn't happen everywhere. New and renewal business licenses are issued the same day, and again, even in today's environment, some cities take a week, 2 weeks, some take 30 days. So that is something to be admired. The city's 30,000 square foot small business incubator is also a prize. The Downtown Commercial Property Improvement Program that eliminates blight, it fills vacancies, and economic stability with one-to-one matching grants is something that's also unique. Meetings with top employers, while that is common in other cities, it's important that you're doing it on a quarterly basis. And important to note is that projects that offer substantial economic development impacts are automatically placed on a fast-track approval path that's free of charge, which not all cities do that either. And that's to ensure that the development happens on time and on budget, which is important to your businesses. And a best practice that I haven't heard of anywhere in the state of California is the IBM Watson, which allows the city to analyze thousands of data sets from crime stats to permitting to deploy resources more effectively. You're to be congratulated on that. So with all these efforts and so many more, the city has resulted in a 4.6 unemployment rate, which is also very good. So as Shannon mentioned, this is the very first time that any city, large or small, has received the Most Business-Friendly City in LA County Award for a 3rd time. So I just want to congratulate everyone at the City of Lancaster for the great work that you're doing.
Do you want to bring him up here?
And as Carrie mentioned, this is a multi-departmental effort. It may be an Eddie Award, but it is reflective of the efforts of everyone here on the dais, of course, the leadership of our City Council. And we've invited a number of the many people who helped support this application here tonight. I'd like to invite them up. Marisa, Trelise, John, Sydney, all of you, come on up, please, for the photo, for the presentation of the award.
What do you say about that?
Okay. So each and every one of these people here, along with many others, have helped contribute to making the city the most business-friendly in LA County. So thanks to each and every one of you, and we'd like to formally present with a photo with the council.
I'm sorry, Marvin was giving me hell.
Would you like to do a photo?
Oh, okay. So can I? Oh, I can get in the picture.
We do have 3 awards to hold,
We're good. Let's
running for office. Get down.
Here's the most recent.
Of course. Oh, my goodness. Congratulations. Amazing.
Wait a minute, Daryl did it. This is your first day.
Oh, sure, sure.
Hey, it's got to be timely. What, am I supposed to recess and read it?
Do you want to move NB1 to the front so we can get these people over here?
Yes. Okay. I'm going to move NB1 to the front. We'll do the consent calendar, everything later. All right. Make it good, Jocelyn, because you've got a crowd.
Yes, sir. I'll do my best. Good evening. You have before you Ordinance 1071 concerning food distribution on public property. Individuals and organizations conduct food distribution events on sidewalks and other public property. While the intentions are admirable, these events often obstruct the free flow of pedestrian and vehicle traffic and result in garbage and trash left on the public property after the distribution, creating hazards to public health. Even more importantly, people and groups involved in food distribution often are not in compliance with statewide standards concerning preparation and serving food to the public. The safe and sanitary preparation, storage, and service of food is particularly important to needy persons who may have compromised immune systems. Additionally, food service events are often conducted in locations that do not have adequate access to clean water, waste disposal, and bathroom facilities, which poses significant health and safety hazards to the persons being served, as well as the public at large. Ordinance 1071 prohibits food distribution from being conducted on a public street, sidewalk, parking lot, or other public property. It does, however, allow food distribution events in a public park. The event must be conducted in a portion of a park that can accommodate the water and sanitation requirements established in state food safety laws. The person or organization must obtain a park rental permit, and they must also hold a permit from the LA County Health Department and comply with all state and county food safety requirements. With the occupancy of Kensington campus underway, the city is implementing its plan to achieve long-term solutions to homelessness. To ensure that persons in need are connected to all applicable services in addition to meals, the city is encouraging individuals and groups who wish to serve meals or provide other assistance to people in need to volunteer their time and services at Kensington campus. Utilizing Kensington as the primary point of contact will help establish the necessary continuum of care intended to help people make the transition to housing and self-sufficiency. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions?
Yeah. This has been run through the Criminal Justice Commission. It's run through the
Homeless Impact Commission as well.
homeless
That's
and
correct.
everything, and some of the parts in there were changed.
I think we may have made some minor changes. There was some conversation at the commission level concerning the park rental fee, whether that was something that was maybe appropriate to be waived. I leave that to your decision, obviously. There weren't significant changes made at the commission level.
Is there a method in which we could change the park rental fees?
Certainly, you could direct me to revise the ordinance so that it expressly calls out that there would be no rental fee.
And what about the health and safety requirements? If we just say they need to follow the current county laws?
Without requiring that they show proof of the permit
Correct.
itself? Certainly, we could include that in the ordinance as well.
We're trying to do compliance, not to discipline people, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I just think Daryl shared a lot with me earlier that, was his concerns, and I'll acquiesce my...
Well, number one, I just wanted to know the penalty of this, or how to do this, because we're not saying that they cannot distribute food in the parks, correct?
No, we're saying that they can distribute food
with
in the
these
parks.
stipulations. So my
Yes.
problem, I should say my concern with the stipulations, if somebody, the fine part of it, can you explain that a little further?
Well, as with most of our ordinances, a violation of a provision of an ordinance or anything in the municipal code typically is a misdemeanor offense. It would never be treated criminally. It's also subject to civil action, and it's subject to administrative citations. But again, that's something you can direct us how you want us to enforce this. We can revise the ordinance in a way that is in compliance with what you're wanting us to do. We're not trying to be punitive. That's absolutely correct.
Okay. Being a pastor, I understand the importance of dealing with our need in this city and helping the homeless.
Yes.
I also understand what the council is doing, because we want to protect our public facilities. We want to make sure our children are safe. We want to make sure that it's a clean place. And so I understand both sides of it. And I just want to make sure that we're not discouraging people from helping, but what is the purpose of this? Because sometimes people misconstrue what the city is doing and what it becomes an argument instead of really understanding what's going on.
We're just trying to direct this food distribution kind of activity to locations on public property that have the adequate resources and facilities. So you need to have places with potable water. You need to have adequate bathroom facilities. You need to have adequate garbage disposal facilities for the food and the packaging and so forth. So, some of the places on the sidewalks and some of the intersections don't have those resources available to them, and so that really can create a hazard to public health. We're also encouraging people, we're not saying, nothing in this ordinance says that you can't distribute food on your own private property. If you have a church, you can do it in your church parking lot if you want to. If you have a home and you're doing things the right way in a safe and sanitary fashion, you can distribute food out of your home if you want to. Private property is not implicated in this ordinance in any way. And again, public parks is a perfectly appropriate location for these kinds of food distribution events, because they do have the facilities that are necessary to make sure they're safe and sanitary.
Can you tell us some of the problems? I'm aware of it. I've heard the other testimony, but tell the community what some of the problems that we've encountered and why we feel some type of ordinance is necessary.
So, and some of the department heads might have a little more direct experience with this, but my understanding is that quite often after the food distribution events are over, the people who have handed out the food are gone. The trash is there. It's just strewn on the ground, and then we have to come back and pick it up. And so it utilizes staff time in a way that we haven't necessarily accounted for. And so, the concern, too, without adequate garbage and water facilities and bathroom facilities is that the net result, the ramifications of the food distribution can be hazardous, can be unsanitary, and can be unsafe.
So the result of this is not to be punitive. It's to be, we want some type of compliance that clean up after yourselves. We'll make sure that you have the proper facilities. Maybe we need to open the restrooms if the restrooms aren't opened at the parks. We need to have something. You know, there's different things that both parties need to do, but it's not to be punitive. It's to have some type of compliance out there.
It's to make sure that serving food to people in need is done in a safe and sanitary way. And yes, the facilities, you're right, we probably would need to have some dialogue. The point of the parks is that they have those facilities. So if we need to adjust what we're doing to make sure that all those facilities are available during a food distribution, then that's probably a conversation that we should have.
Yeah, I would hope that I know that I'm quite surprised at the crowd. But again, you know, ultimately, I know the mayor gives me a hard time because I share with you, the public quite often my experience in food service. This is my 50th year, so I know a little bit about serving the public, and I would hope that everybody would understand this is nothing about, you know, punitive actions. And I would hope that everybody would, obviously it's brought everybody together, or at least quite a few people here tonight, that we would come up with some kind of, and this is the beginning of an organized ordinance, because I would think if we're trying to take care of the homeless, if we're really trying to take care of them, I would hope that you would want to give them assurances the same as what we require out of a business today with the public serving food. And I know that San Diego had a big-time problem with sanitation and homelessness a year ago, 2 years ago, and I know that Los Angeles has been in and out of that same problem. And this is just one aspect, and I would hope that everybody would understand, here we are trying to get our hands around some kind of an organized way to make sure that we treat them respectful and they get the same assurances that anybody else would get. And here we are trying to craft an ordinance that would give us that. And I would hope that everybody would think with a mindset that this is not about trying to take anything away from anybody, but this is really about giving. And I just want to give you my perspective. And if ultimately we craft an ordinance tonight, if somebody gets together and assimilates as a group, I'd be more than happy to give you my assistance, and obviously I give a lot of guidance in food service, and I would be more than happy to volunteer and assist.
I'm always perplexed by how people think that the laws are okay for some, but not for everybody. And the way the homeless situation is being managed in Southern California is a crisis waiting to happen. It just is. No. Let me tell you what a crisis is. A crisis is when children are dying as a result of disease. Hey, let me tell you how this works. I want them out.
This is what democracy looks like.
We'll come back when you're done.
We're breaking. Let's go.
We're back in session.
You're up.
Everybody ready? Good. I'm more than happy to have a public meeting and listen to what you have to say. But how it works is you also have to listen to what we say. You don't get to yell at me. You don't get to yell at the council. I don't care if you like me or dislike me, but you will respect the office and the office of these councilmen sitting here. If not, I will clear the room. And make no mistake, I will do it. You know I'll do it. So why are we wasting time? I'm assuming you came here to speak. Am I right? Okay. As I was saying, the fact of the matter is that when we have these events of feeding people in certain places, what's left behind is dangerous to the public health. When people defecate on the street, when they defecate in doorways, and especially when they do that at the parks and children play in that, it is unacceptable. I am not going to have an epidemic in this city if I could fix it first. And I'm really not sympathetic to the idea that we are not doing everything possible for the homeless. Whoever that person was, if they speak out while I'm talking, remove them. There is no city in this county that has the Kensington that opens this month is the state of the art. And it's a beginning. It's a beginning. It's 400 and some people will be serviced. They'll be serviced with dignity in an environment intended to help people thrive without making it contingent on behavior that I don't think the city should be requiring. I think people should be able to live their own lives, and I think we should do whatever we can to help them do that. But we are not allowing this type of stuff that's been going on to continue. Not one person is going to go unfed that wouldn't have been unfed anyway. It's just where it's going to happen. And it's going to be under what level of supervision to make certain people aren't going to have an episode of food poisoning that will certainly fill the news when it happens. It will also fill the hospitals. And whether you like it or not, it is our job to protect this community, not to make you happy. And with that, I have something I have to read. Tonight we have received a large number of speaker cards, much larger than we normally receive, from people who wish to address the City Council on items that are not on our agenda. With respect to public comments on well, this is agendized. Can I do this?
There's two different versions, one with agendized, one with non-agendized.
You gave me 2 things to read and expected me to get the right one? Tonight, we have received a large number of speaker cards, much larger than we normally receive, from people who wish to address the City Council on items that are not on our agenda. With respect to public comments on non-agendized items, the City has adopted a policy that each person is usually given 3 minutes in which to make his or her comments. However, when we have a packed agenda, as we do tonight, and allowing everyone who provided a speaker card to speak for 3 minutes would prohibit the city from completing its meeting within a reasonable time period. The policy allows for the 3-minute limit to be changed. Therefore, tonight, we're going to limit each person's speaking time to 2 minutes. I know that there are a lot of passionate people here tonight who want to address this council with an important issue, and we're going to make sure you have that opportunity. But we have to balance your right to address this council with everyone else's right to address this council, while completing the council's business in an efficient and timely manner. Therefore, tonight, comments on non-agendized items, this is an agendized item.
Comments on agendized items will be limited to 2 minutes tonight.
Okay. If people go over that 2 minutes and it starts taking too long, we will reduce it to 1 minute. So it's up to you. All right?
Can you also tell them that we have some seats over in the front? There's some people back there with kids that need to sit down.
Yeah, if anybody needs to sit down, come on up front. You can sit in these seats here. Disregard the reserve signs. That was for the earlier part of the meeting. Wow, there's a lot of you. 35?
37.
Okay. All right. Once we start, I'm not taking any more cards. So if you want to get a card in, get it in right now. Going once, going twice.
We got one card. Two. Three.
Hopefully, when you come up and speak, you will have a solution rather than just a complaint. Okay? Thanks. Okay, let's start. David Cohen.
How are you? I'm doing well, sir. How you doing? How's the city council, Pastor Doris, and the rest of you? I came to read a scripture real quick. Okay, it's found in 1 John, the 5th chapter, the 3rd chapter, verses number 17 and 18. It says, "But whosoever has this world's goods and seeth his brother have a need, and shutteth up his bowels of compassion from him, how dwelleth the love of God in him? My little children, let us love not in word, neither in tongue, but in deed and in truth." We have a mandate as Christians to take care of those that are less fortunate than us. In order to show the love of God, we have that mandate. Now, we might not have all the facilities that's necessary in order to do that, but we still have a mandate to show love. And in showing love, when we see a person that has need, it's our responsibility to take that, what they need, to them. Now, our problem is it might not be at a park, it might not be able to be an organized event, but that does not relieve us of our need and our purpose. As the pastor of Love and Grace Christian Fellowship, I got to go where the need is. And the need might be up under a bridge, the need might be in a brook, the need might be anywhere. And I am commanded by my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ to fulfill that need. Now, we feed homeless, and we've been doing it for the last few years. And my team, they clean up behind themselves. The homeless has lunch, and we take all the trash home and all that other stuff. We do it, try to do it like 1 Corinthians, the 14th chapter, the very last verse, it says, "Let all things be done decently and in order." We try to do it just like that. So help us to fulfill that need. Thank you.
Pastor Cowan, can I say something to you? Again, and Pastor Cowan, you know me, so I want to make sure we understand. We're not saying, according to this, that you cannot feed. What we're saying is, and you'll understand this, we're saying you cannot eat in the sanctuary. You can eat in the church kitchen. That's what we're saying. Me and you have things throughout all our sanctuaries that say, please don't chew gum in the sanctuary. Please don't eat food in the sanctuary. But you can eat in the designated area. And what we're saying, we're not telling people that they cannot feed. We're saying we need you to change the way you feed. Because not only now is it's not that we don't want to help the homeless, but we're now endangering other people because of what's going on with a health risk. And it's negligent, thank you. I'm a preacher, I don't get tongue-tied. It's negligent if we help one side and forget about the other. I have a park right next down the street from my church, and they're building a skate park right next to it, which means that, and it's a lot of homeless that hangs around there also. So we got to make sure while we built this beautiful skate park that we don't have an issue with hepatitis and different things because we're feeding. And while some are cleaning up like yourself, others may not be, and we have the data to prove that. So what we're trying to say is, where's the middle in this? We want to let you feed, but we need you to do it this way. Is that fair? It's the same thing as what we do in our sanctuaries.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
It's not the same thing I do in my sanctuary, because if you're hungry in my sanctuary and you can't hear me preach, I'm going to have somebody feed you right then so you can at least hear me preach.
So you allow people to eat eat in your sanctuary while you're preaching.
When it's decently and in order.
That's all we're saying. That's what I'm trying to get you. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm trying to get you to say what we do in our own churches. It's in decency and in order. We're trying to establish order right now.
I understand that, but we still have a purpose where we must go feed people, and we got to go feed them where they are, okay? Now, what I'm saying is, don't penalize my people for going to feed people, all right? Because we don't follow your organizational rules, you know. If we do the best we can, then pull it up on your end, okay? Pull it up on your end. What can you do so you can make what we do legal? That's what I'm saying.
I don't like following rules either, but, you know, that's how life is. Regina Thomas.
I don't have a solution. I'm just here to say this. I work a full-time job, and nobody's going to tell me how to spend my money and who to give my money to. So I'm going to keep doing what I do and how I do it. Like he said, it's not this. Everybody can't go to this park or to this church to eat. Some people can't move. So it's our job to, like he said, get under that bridge or go find them and hand them a plate so they can eat. Thanksgiving, I didn't eat. I was out all day passing out plates in the snow. I didn't eat till the next day. I passed out over 55 plates. I drove around in my own car, out my own pockets. I'm not going to stop doing it today, not next week, not next year. So lock me up today. I'm not going to stop doing it.
You know, we appreciate your enthusiasm, but it does take time, and it. No. I'm not talking about you. I thought what you said was cool. It's the clapping. If we do that for every person, it's going to add 2 hours to this meeting. That's all I'm saying. I mean, we've done this before. We've done a few meetings before. We know what the effect is. And I'm not going to put up with this. You really think I'm going to put up with this? You're either respectful or we stop. Mrs. Is it Grayson? Crayon? I got the C-R-A-Y. I can't get the last.
O-N, Crayon.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
Council. I believe that after being a 30-year resident here in Antelope Valley, we have grown into this issue over the years. I also feel that I understand that with our transportation issue, our low income, our underserved, our homeless, our jobless that can't get to this location in which the food is served, maybe we can collaborate with the city, and the city can provide the water, the portable showers, the toilets, so we can do it your way. And then we all can win. The homeless win, the ordinance win, the city win, and our children don't suffer. I'm an advocate as well as the CEO and the founder for Green Thumb AB Youth Program. I'm also a lifesaver. And if we can't save the children, we can't save anything. I worked in Corson Park for the last 10 years, and when the winter come, it was my organization along with other organizations outside of the organizations that receive funding for our city to feed the homeless. We went under the slides and fed children, and a lot of parents did not want to report that they were homeless to go out to the official buildings in fear of being reported to DCFS. So because of a lot of intimidation and barriers in which our homeless face in receiving our official locations and giving their information, sometimes it calls for us to go out into the streets and feed these families. Thank you.
Shannon Snow.
Hello, how are you this evening? I didn't really come with anything prepared. I only decided to come, heard about what was happening a couple hours before. I was going to read a passage, but the first speaker did a very good job of doing that. But my whole thing I wanted to still bring up is the argument about trying to change the way things are being done. You're still oppressing the homeless, though, because the fact is a lot of people can't make it to the parks. Mayor, you had brought up the point of people defecating in the parks, defecating in doorways, defecating on sidewalks. You said in the parks, so whether they do it in the parks, it doesn't make a difference. The fact of the matter is the city needs to find a way to make this better for the homeless and for the community. So maybe making something where the organizations are held responsible. The organization could apply for a free permit with the city before an event, no matter where the event's going to be, because even if it's on the street, the argument that gets in the way of the community or the city, well, we shut down Lancaster City Boulevard every week for a farmer's market because it makes money for the city. Why can't we shut down a small thing if the organization gets a free permit from the city, knowing it's going to happen first? The city could put 1 or 2 porta potties, and then the stipulation for food, how you talked about the health and safety ordinances. That's something, it's not reasonable, because the fact of the matter is just to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for the homeless doesn't go by those codes. You have to have everything refrigerated to this temperature, heated to this temperature. But the fact of the matter is, talking about the emergency rooms, that it causes this, things to happen. The fact of the matter is, if the homeless are feeding their children out of trash cans, what is that doing?
I like your idea about the permitting process where we do it for free, and I think we'll probably develop that, and it would be free until they don't clean up. I mean, we all know, every one of our mothers told us, you got to clean up your own mess, right?
Or even some type of fee, because that organization will be on file that was their event. There may be some type of fee or sanctions for that particular organization, but they shouldn't all suffer.
I like that idea. We can certainly do that. All right. On the food safety aspect of it, that's going to take some work. Okay. The difference is we're solving something, and when we solve something, it's not a show. It's not the noise. It's not playing to the camera. It's solving something, and I appreciate that you came. Okay, thank you. Is it Vita Marie Adams? Why doesn't everybody have a name like Rex? It's easy to pronounce.
My dad named me Vita because he wanted me to have life, and that is why my name is Vita Marie.
Okay.
And I think it's kind of insensitive.
I just had trouble pronouncing it. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of people do, but that was kind of insensitive.
Vita Marie. Why did he name you that?
Because he wanted me to have life.
A life.
Yes. I was his first child, his only child, and he was so excited about the idea of having a child that he wanted me to be born alive. He was so afraid that I would be born dead that when I was born, he named me life.
You have a great father. That doesn't count on our time. Okay.
Thank you. I am currently a volunteer in LA on Skid Row. I've been volunteering on Skid Row on and off for 8 years. I first started with Monday Night Mission, whose original founder was here, right there. Hi, Mel. And I have also volunteered with Ellie on Cloud 9. Ellie on Cloud 9 did their events at parks. Every single month, they passed out food and clothes and gave out haircuts. They still do this now, but because they do it in a park, once LA found out about them, they started charging them almost $500 a month just to put an event. We were cleaning up after ourselves even when we were doing this, and we weren't paying. But they told us that we had to pay, or told her that she had to pay because they needed people to clean up the park. And yet those same people that were cleaning up the park were also taking clothes off of the donation tables. That's another story. But the point is that because these fees became so substantial and so heavy on her, she actually had to reduce the amount of events that she did. So instead of doing this once a month, she does it about once a quarter, and she still struggles to get the money for fees. And they started asking her for food certifications. So when you're asking people to go by health code, you're asking them to incur additional fees that they may not be able to absorb, because we are volunteering our own money, our own stuff. Sometimes we're not a part of a registered 501c3. We can't write this stuff on our taxes. This is out of our pockets, out of our paychecks. And we do this every day because we believe that the people that are food insecure for whatever reason, and I really don't care why somebody doesn't have a home or can't eat that night. If you need to be fed, you're getting fed. And I don't care what condition you come in. You come as you are. I come to where you are. And that's why it's important to not regulate this necessarily to parks, because we need to go to where the people are. We need to be with them and show them we're one with them.
I get that, and I got the comment about if you're feeding people out of a trash can while you're worrying about the health issue. The fact of the matter is there is a difference. The difference is when you're doing 200 people out of the same pot. If you don't have health concerns at the forefront of that, it's not, let me finish. It is not one person that has food poisoning. It is 200 people who have food poisoning. So let me finish. Now, there has to be a way to look at the food safety aspect of this, and it may not be the LA County Public Health. I don't know. All I'm saying is that we have to do something before something terrible happens, not after.
In the 3 years that I volunteered.
Let me finish. And I'm more than happy to listen to you for a solution. But a solution of doing nothing, that's not going to happen.
In the 3 years that I've volunteered with Down But Not Out LA, nobody's ever gotten sick. In the whole entire time I volunteered with Monday Night Mission, nobody ever got sick, and we were there. Monday Night Mission.
How do you know that? You don't know that.
Monday Night Mission went out 5 days a week. We saw the same people over and over. Same thing with Down But Not Out LA. We go there every week. We see the same people. They have never reported anything that any kind of dysentery or anything like that they've received from eating our food. And that's how we know. Because the people talk to us. We treat them like people, and they tell us what's up.
And you're also taking one organization who might have, let me finish, two. Come on, give me a break here, would you? You're taking two groups who might have wonderful health conditions and a concern about how they prepare the food and about how they distribute the food. We're talking about everybody who's doing it. We don't know who's doing it. A lot of people are doing it. There has to be some organization brought to this to make certain we don't have an epidemic of some kind, that we don't kill 20 people in one setting, because we know those things do happen. Now, why is that hard? I mean, why can't we be working on that together before it happens, not after it happens?
I just feel like you're giving me a conjecture of hypotheticals.
That's what we have to do.
That doesn't satisfy me.
That's what we have to deal with.
You can come up with hypotheticals all day long, but we know what the streets are like.
If you don't want to work with us, don't work with us. Go sit down.
You're not working with us.
Thank you. We are now down to 1 minute a person. That's what you have. Justin Brigas? Okay, come on down. I met you with the bike giveaway, right?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Good evening, everybody. Okay.
So did you put us on Facebook?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. Okay, so I've been working 2 years now with the community. I'm born and raised Lancaster, California. I've been homeless about half of my life. Now I'm pretty good. I'm pretty decent, successful young man. Basically, what I want to do is I want to get past all the stuff, the negativity and the different things that we might have came with before. And what I'm asking is, as an organization, as the Helping Hands Coalition, what we're trying to do is we're trying to reach out to the community, right? So in order to do that, we're going to need your guys' help individually. So each and every one of you, what I want to ask you is, if any one of these organizations out here were to come to you and were to ask you for help, could we have that guarantee as much as a guarantee that we have if we disrespect the ordinance that we'll be in trouble? So if I get in trouble for not going with the ordinance, do I have the same guarantee that I came to you as a man and said, I want to help my community, let's work together. Can we work together and make a difference here in Lancaster here today?
Well, that is the goal. You know, it really is the goal. The goal is to improve how things are being done, not make them worse. I don't know what people are telling you. Yeah. But the whole idea that we are not wanting to do something to help homeless people in a organized, constructive, positive way is just not true. I mean, we're doing more than any other city out there, and that is the truth. So as you're sitting there vilifying me, do you know how many kids my wife and I feed every Sunday? 500. 500. I really am not sympathetic to this. What I'm concerned about is, how do we do this in a way that actually improves it in the long run? And I don't think the way it's being done now is helping much. And I'm more than happy to work with you, and I guarantee you the city will too. Come with productive ideas that are not going to endanger people, and we're with you. Fair enough?
Well, hypothetically speaking, if the ordinance is passed, the Helping Hands Coalition will come with you with a project, and I'll take your word for it. And if you could keep your word as a man, we'd love to work together with you and break all barriers of communication, because that's what I feel that it is. It's a barrier of communication.
I think so too, yeah. But I think it's a lot more fun to throw stones at the mayor than it is to actually develop a solution.
I mean, if we're coming with the project and we have the action plan and we have the manpower to do it, if we come with you guys and we say, all right, look, this is what we want to do, we want to know what type of way you want to do it, how we could do it together in accordance to your ordinance.
Works for me. Okay.
All right, that's all I have to say. Thank you. Have a great day.
Cynthia. Do we have a Cynthia out there?
Cynthia C?
C. Okay.
All right, Mayor, City Council. My name is Cynthia.
Please.
Say again?
Your
Carter.
last name?
What would you like?
Your last name.
Clock is running. My last name is Carter.
Start her clock.
Am I free to proceed?
Sure.
All right, my name is Cynthia Carter, and I'm with Antelope Valley AV, and I also belong to some organizations that do a lot of work in this community. One, this is punitive. This is further with the war on homeless, poor, and people that are hungry. The pastor spoke about the mandate, because I'm commanded to feed the hungry. This is not only punitive against the hungry, it's even punitive against the people trying to help the homeless. If you waive the fee, all that. And again, with the ACLU, when we do feedings, we have to clean up before we get there. And then we have to clean up after we get there. When it's your public property, it should have been clean when I got there. But that's okay. There are already state laws that regulate food sharing, and Lancaster should not add more red tape or hurdles to the existing rules. You're making it harder. You're making it hard for people that want to help people.
Thank you. Sharon, it's Sharon K-E-N, and then I can't read it. Okay.
My name is Sharon Kemble. I've taught school for 35 years. I don't like talking in public, though. Your regulations are expensive and require equipment. I am 72 years old, and I have been raised in the church all of my life, and I have attended potlucks, Sunday school. People bring their home-cooked food to Sunday school every Sunday. Nobody has ever gotten sick from that food. I do not understand how the people are going to get to Kensington when they have to go there by bus. And I also do not understand how many people Kensington holds. I would like to know that.
Okay. Help me if I'm wrong on this, but my understanding is I think we have 100 apartments, right?
Maybe.
Oh, Toy.
Yes. So Kensington campus will have 200 permanent supportive housing units and 156 interim beds. So that's a total of 356 persons.
356 people at any one time, and the way it works is the 156 are in the shelter part. The idea is to move them into the permanent housing part. And those apartments are better than anything I ever lived in until after law school. I mean, they're nice, really nice. And the support services are incredible. Well, you asked. Do you really want to know, or do you want to just...
No, I just wanted to know how many people.
Okay.
My point is, there are more homeless than that. And if
that's absolutely
they
right.
cannot even get there unless they are bused. So I'm assuming that after you've gotten your 362 people, you no longer are going to be transporting people there for dinner.
Well, hopefully we're building another one at that point. I mean, this is a pilot project. We want to see just how effective it is, how well it elevates that particular community, how well it deals with the mental health issues, the drug addiction issues, all of the issues that come with it. We want to see, we want to measure. And then once that happens, do we expand it? Can we expand it? Can we find the money to expand it? You know, quite frankly, if everyone here was feeding the homeless once a week, we wouldn't have people hungry. I mean, I really don't think that the way it's being done now is very efficient. Also, if your church wants to feed the homeless, they're more than welcome to do so on their property. I don't get the problem. Okay? Thank you. Hey, Tom, why don't you come up and sit with us? I mean, you're an elected official here. Maybe
your house, whatever you want.
Come on up. I mean, you got the state money we could use.
Mr. Lackey is our state assemblyman.
Where do you want me to sit?
Right there.
You sit right here. I'm sitting next to me, Tom.
Right there.
You're getting popular, you know that?
He's my favorite. Thank you, Tom. Who's the new kid?
Lourdes Everett.
I still have a minute. Good evening. It's still a minute, right? My name is Lourdes Everett. I am a board of director, member with the ACLU of Southern California AV chapter. However, I am not here to speak on behalf of ACLU. I am here to speak on behalf of me and me as server and an advocate for our most vulnerable citizens and the unsheltered and homeless in the Antelope Valley. I am speaking against the onerous ordinance of 1071. If our leaders, our officials, had not failed in providing these services, we would not have to provide the gap that we are providing to the homeless people today. It is cruel and unusual punishment to starve the hungry. It is cruel and unusual punishment to criminalize us who are helping to prevent people from starvation.
Okay,
And
your
thank
time's
you.
up.
I know my
Thank you.
time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'd like to want to thank my opponent,
Hey,
Mr.
come
Tom
on,
Leck,
follow the rules.
for allowing me to get
follow
back.
the rules, would you? I mean, what's hard about that? Heather Varden. Okay, Heather, you got a solution?
A few. Hello, my name is Heather. I'm one of 12 organizers throughout LA County for the Everyone In campaign powered by United Way. We are looking to get support to get more supportive housing units like Kensington built to help reduce homelessness in the Antelope Valley and across LA County. I'd like to thank Lee DeRico, the Public Safety Director, for listening to the outreach perspective on this food ordinance at the Homeless Impact Commission meeting on November 21st, and ensure that outreach teams are not impacted by this ordinance. I'd like to reiterate the importance of having food as an engagement tool to build rapport needed to get people experiencing homelessness into permanent housing solutions such as Kensington campus. By the end of the week, there should be 75 people matched to the first 100 units of supportive housing services at Kensington. And that would not have been possible without progressive engagement. Outreach, progressive engagement. Food can be an... Sorry, thank you.
Good job, Heather.
Okay, we failed. Where am I going to get the money to fix this problem? Should we fire all the deputies? Maybe fire the fire department? Where is it you think this money comes from? I mean, seriously, where were you? Wait a minute. Where were you when we tried to pass a tax initiative to take care of the homeless people in Lancaster that failed by what?
65%.
65%. Were any of you going door to door to get that initiative passed? Were any of you actively engaged at all? 65% of this community said no to further taxes for the homeless. I mean, if it makes you feel good to blame us for failing to give free homes to the homeless, go ahead and feel that way, but that is not the real world. The real world is the voters decide how much money they want to put into this problem. We attempted to get that money, and I didn't see any of you, not one of you, helping in that initiative. So you'll forgive me if I'm just thinking that maybe you are not as committed as you say you are. Brother Perry. How are you?
These are the numbers.
I'd like to say congratulations to the Deputy Mayor. Well, I'm sorry, Councilman. And I'm looking to see great things from you along with the rest of the council. I may need more than a minute. I wrote out something that was 3 minutes long. Okay, I have a major concern with this here ordinance. First of all, it dehumanizes the city and targets the ones who need the help the most. Okay? Now, Your Honor, you've done a lot for the city, and I've seen it, and I know you've tried to do a lot, and you're still trying. But this ordinance is gonna pretty much unravel everything that you've done. We don't want Lancaster to be the city of monsters. Okay? It's targeting, we say, the homeless. But when I give out groceries and bags of food, 90% of the people that get in the food are not homeless. They're just hungry. You know, mothers and children, they're the ones that's going to suffer from this. And also, and I mean no disrespect to you, Your Honor, you know.
We're friends.
Yes.
We can disagree.
I personally kind of like you. But when you say come with a solution, honestly, it's not my job. That's yours. Now, I have no problem. This here was just put in front of me. I will come up with a solution. Give me time. But it's actually the city's job, and we can't take it out on the people. Your Honor, I was called by God to do this. Okay, he didn't tell me that you can't go over there because of an ordinance. I have to go, whether they're under a bridge or in the desert or under the airplane over there, the street, wherever they are. If that's what God orders me to go, I have no choice. And if I have to break an ordinance, or even if it's manslaughter, if that's what I have to do, I guess you can start giving me citations now, because I'm sorry, I'd rather have you mad at me than God mad at me. Okay? It's what I have to do. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Love you.
God bless you.
Mayor Paris, can I ask you a question? I just want to make sure I'm understanding this right. We're saying if they go to where they are, they have to be responsible for the cleanup. Is that basically what we're saying?
Right.
What are we saying? Are we saying they can't go to where they are? What are we saying?
Come on, we're all adults here. Let's look at it realistically. What really happens is there's some people that are pigs, and they don't clean up after them. They defecate in people's property. They're doing it badly. We need a vehicle to make those people stop doing that. The people that are doing it right, seriously, do you really think we're going to be putting people in jail for feeding people who are hungry? Okay, then guess what? You have a different view of reality, and I really don't know how to talk to you. I really don't.
With mental illness, and there are just some disgusting people out there.
Mr. Perry, come up to the podium, please.
There are some people with mental illness that do this, and there are some people that are just disgusting. It doesn't matter. Even with this ordinance, I don't believe that's going to stop them from doing these disgusting things. The only ones that are being negatively affected by this here will be the ones who needed them. Not only the children, which are our most valuable resources and also our most vulnerable, not only will it affect them, but the ones who are trying their best. I don't receive any grants or donations from any organization or city, state, county to do what I do. I reach into my own pocket.
I know that.
Okay, I reach into my own pocket. Now you're hindering me. Do you know how many people I can feed with $200?
Well, I think you're right that we have to deal with. I think you're right. We do have to deal with that permit issue, and we have to do it so that the people who do it responsibly don't have to pay it, and the people that are doing it irresponsibly do have to pay it.
They're going to do it anyway.
But it gives us an ability to control an uncontrolled situation.
It seems more like you're cutting off my legs and asking me to run a race.
You know I'm not. You know I'm not.
I mean, but I'm just saying that's how can I do this? It's just a hindrance on me.
It's just an effort to bring some guidelines to an uncontrolled situation.
I believe if you and the council, along with me and other members of MPO, nonprofits, and individuals, perhaps if we all sit down together, we might could come up with a solution that's good for everyone.
I'm good with that.
Okay?
We will.
That's what I would like to see.
I'll be more than happy to. Who's that?
Is it Cheryl Speakman? Did I get your name right?
Yes, you did. It's a big family. First of all, I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to come to speak to all of you this evening. I appreciate all your comments and your concerns, as well as the comments and concerns of all of our concerned citizens that do this work. I've been in the Antelope Valley for 15 years. I've been an advocate for over 30 years. I've actually experienced half of what these homeless and drug addicts and everybody else has gone through, so it takes one to know one to be able to serve. I also appreciate the fact that you are wanting some type of answers. I believe I have a couple answers. I believe that if some of these 501c3s and some of these nonprofit groups and individuals get together, and when they serve food, they be responsible for cleaning up after themselves without being hindered on fees and fines and have to pay a permit to use the facilities that they use, which belong to the city, county, state, or government properties. Fall under the guidelines also of the health and safety issues, because it is an issue. It is an issue when it comes to hepatitis C, hepatitis A, and B, through food processing not being properly heated, cooled at certain temperatures, and having the hand washing facilities available at their sites. So my answer is, listen to me. A community that comes together, the 501c3s and nonprofits that come together and sit down and communicate with each other, and stop trying to be individual groups and scattering yourselves. If you are specifically qualified to do food, then those groups get together and they come up with a plan and they submit it and they follow through with it, and you have accountability. There has to be accountability when it comes to the funding side of it, the following through the funding side of it, and the in-between. I'm your in-between. I've been out here, been doing it for a long time. I work with the shelters. I'm actually out there in the fields and tell people, come walk with me.
What's your name?
I'm sorry, sir?
Cheryl Speakman.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
I want somebody to meet with her. I want to vet her, and then that's a good thing. We just check who you are. Right?
We have to come together.
Good.
We all have
Right.
to come together.
Okay, guess what? You got a job.
We can't point fingers anymore.
All right. No, I'm serious. You got a job.
May I just say one more thing, sir?
Yeah. You're going to be part of this thing.
I thank you for allowing your community to come to you and come together and actually speak. It's the first time I've seen this happen in over 30 years. So I want to thank each and one of you for allowing us to come here and speak. I would like to thank all of you and those that are not here that weren't able to be here for coming in and expressing your feelings and showing your emotions, but we have to do it in the right way. If we react instead of respond, we'll never accomplish anything. We have to respond. We have to come together. We have to take people that are specialized in certain areas, and you have to create a program. I have workshops. You want to come see how it's really done? Come to Palmdale, walk with me for a minute, and I'll show you. It's that simple. I promise you. And I'm not no better than anybody else, but I can show you. I promise. And I thank you so much.
If you want it, you're the newest member of our homeless commission.
Okay.
Okay. But so that gives you there's a real commission
No, I understand
that you actually
that. I
work
actually
with,
service all 7 subcities.
and that
sir.
you actually work with to resolve these issues. That means I want the people feeding the homeless to still be doing that.
You might want to consider
But at
having
the
a
same
commission
time,
that oversees that.
I want this other problem resolved, where they do it, cleaning up after them, and all that. And how you come together with that.
Well, it's by
Okay.
it's by having accountability, sir,
Okay, but this
on
is
both parts.
right. But this is how we're going to do it. We will come back and fix whatever isn't working with this and add to it. But I'm not throwing it back into the hopper.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Right.
Yeah, we have to correct
Okay.
it. We can't fix it. We have to
So
correct
if you are who you say you are,
Oh, I am.
we would.
How many people here know
Okay.
who I am?
Okay.
Honestly, sir, I'm not trying to be bold. I'm just trying to show you respect in that you.
No,
have
I want you to solve the problem.
I can solve it. I have
Okay.
the answers. I have the numbers. I actually have a list of the homeless as they come in from all these different organizations.
Okay.
And they sign in to get their food.
Okay.
But I agree with you, sir.
All
about
right,
the-
meet with Jason,
Okay.
or whoever, and let's get this thing rolling.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Good. Yeah, I know, it's not fair. Life isn't. Anthony James.
Good evening. My name is Anthony James.
Hey, how are you?
Good evening. And I'm homeless, and I go to many different places of eating due to my finance and different things. In some places I can't make it due to my transportation. It's just some of us, I understand that you want it in certain places, but some of these places we just can't go. We have blind homeless, we have homeless that's in wheelchairs, we have homeless that has no money. And I was just wondering if there's something that you can work out with this. However, okay, these are some of the basic, I'm sorry about that. This is some of the basic things that we as homeless people need. Food, water, our basic human needs, and taking away the rights to share this food with people. Experiencing homelessness is cruel and inhuman. Our brothers and sisters experiencing homelessness already struggle to find a safe place to sleep. Why are we making it so difficult? Why would you make it so difficult for us homeless folks? The Antelope Valley has
Thank you.
several.
Thank you. Okay. Roxanne Spencer. You know, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the next three, and if you would come up and sit in the front so that we can move it faster rather than wait for people to come down. After Roxanne, it will be David Paul, Russell, and
Rodenbacher. And Mike Olment.
Good. Thanks. There you go. Hi. You're up.
All right. Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Roxanne Spencer. I was homeless at one point in my life, but I don't think this is just about the homeless people. I think it's about hungry people. That's what I'm getting. And I love the idea that we should come together, we should work together, pull everything, and let's just do it, right? I mean, that's my thought. Coming from where I've come from, if I did not have people on the street feeding me, I don't know if you know me from last year, but I spoke about my sister who died on the streets. She was homeless, mentally ill. Well, I found myself there too. Apparently, it might be genetic. I don't know. I haven't done the research, but they were getting close to it, as far as I know. So anyway, I found myself there. And if I didn't have, if I didn't have people coming to me and feeding me, I wouldn't have had the hope. So suicide rates probably would be down more because people are being cared for. Food is the best way to do that. So I'm in agreement with you on that part. I'm kind of opposed to an ordinance. I think we can come up with something better. So that's it.
Thank you.
Russell?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council, good evening. I'm David Paul. For those of you who don't know me, I sit on the AV Homeless Coalition, and we are working constantly with what is available to make the situation better. I am one of the ones that is very outspoken about how the system has some kinks needing to be worked out. Mayor, I just before, this is a room full of compassionate, caring people, and I thought before Vice Mayor Christ and Councilman Mann were on the path to get it across that the city is willing to work. No one's going to be arrested because they gave food to homeless people. We need as a city to have some control over what goes on. Kensington is great. The need is overwhelming. And, you know, Mayor, you know I love you, but you're a little confrontational. And just, no. I wish everybody would know that we can all make this better. We'll work together, and you're going to be on the side of making this right along with the entire city. Is that right? Thank you.
Thank you.
Russell.
Yeah, I'll make this quick as I can, but my name is Russell Rodenbacher. I've worked in the food service industry for almost 40 years. I am now currently disabled. But if we really want to talk food safety, there's issues out there with Uber and all these other places that are delivering food that are unlicensed, they're untrained, and why aren't we bringing that up? Because it's about the homeless, not about the food safety. If we want to have a good programs out here, we need to follow the programs that are working, and those are ones that are for free that the government is not involved in. Things such as the Dream Center, Salvation Army, Homeboy Industries. even a Delancey Street Foundation that's not run by Christians but former criminals. All these programs are free programs and that work on transitioning people back to a normal life. You have the Shadow Park place over here on Sierra Highway that I never see anybody at. That would be a fantastic facility for all the groups up here to get involved in. Make it a transition house that could easily house probably up to 600 people, has a kitchen that we can teach the homeless to prepare the food in a safe way. We have one joint place that can go out and feed numerous people, but not only that, but transition and transform lives. That's what's needed. Government, they mess it up.
You know, we do things one step at a time. I'm not opposed to anything you just said, but that's not what we're dealing with today. And I agree with you on the Uber thing, but that's another issue. You know, what we're dealing with right now is how do we make certain the mess that is left behind is cleaned up. That's all we're dealing with here.
And that's why
Let me finish. It has nothing to do with not wanting people to be fed, not wanting to help people get fed. It's simply how do we do it safely with as little hassle to other people. Now, like I said, this ordinance doesn't prevent anybody from doing anything they want to do on their own property. It's other people's property this ordinance is designed to deal with. Your idea of a community kitchen type thing, I don't know. I hadn't thought of that before. Maybe that's something we should be talking to the Homeless Commission about. And the other thing is, I didn't pull this thing out of my ear. It came from the Homeless Commission and the Criminal Justice Commission. There have been all kinds of meetings on it. And now we have what's in front of us. And what makes me concerned is, where were you folks when the thing was actually being created? And maybe we're just not communicating well enough that those commissions are meeting and working on it. We maybe should look at that.
I have my time available, and I don't take any pay. Okay. Like I said, I'll just do it on a volunteer basis because, like I said, we got to give back what's been given to us. And I'm sorry, but I'm trying to not vilify you or anything like that.
Oh, that's okay. People do it all the time.
No, I'm just mentioning you went on national news a few months back and vilified the mental health issue over
that's right.
A thing that was
okay. So you want to go into that? You got to come back next week. We can put that on the agenda.
I just want to say that sign maybe you need to change that sign from In God We Trust to In Rex We Trust, because it's
okay. You're out. Goodbye.
Mike Oment. Mike?
Okay, Jordan Wyams, Christopher Humphreys, and Yasina Serrato. If you could all three come up. Let's go with Yasina first.
Hi, Eric's Paris.
Hi.
I would actually like to start off with a prayer. Is that all right?
Of course.
Okay. If you want to join, just bow your head. I pray to the Lord that Lancaster City doesn't fall, and that they supply for the needs of the needy and continues to do right by you, God. Please and thank you. Amen. I do have a solution. I feel that the biggest complaint is that of the location. In regards to removing the ability to feed homeless during or in public settings. So I believe that maybe we should reformulate that by removing it out. I hear your sanitation concerns, and I feel that it could be fixed if we could provide porta potties and dumpsters on the sites. And I personally will volunteer to clean up at any of the places. I feel that we could create a spreadsheet that could be like a legal contract. It could be short and brief, and anybody could fill it out just to let the City of Lancaster know, hey, we're going to feed the homeless. And also that could let the homeless know that there's going to be food at a certain location at a certain time. If you want to talk to me more, or I don't know if you like my ideas.
No, I kind of do.
All right.
If we pick 2 other locations. We got Kensington. Put 2 other locations that, so that people don't have to walk so far or go so far. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I think we should not ban public placing feeding. I think that we could actually work together and have the manpower to do it, because we had a room completely full, and I recall that the police officers weren't allowing people in because city fire code violations, and I know I'm not I am one of many in the city who wants to do this. I have a friend who's in Georgia, and her dad has brain cancer right now, and she's over there with him. But I speak for her too, and I know she has many friends. And I am actually attending a church, and we work in the church, and there's many people who want to do this. But I feel like Lancaster Boulevard, there's a lot of homeless who are there because this library is like a cooling center place, and it's like really important to have access, So, but if you want to talk more.
You see, folks, I'm the mayor, and I get to say time.
Okay, thank you so much.
That's how it works.
But yeah, so I think we shouldn't restrict public places. But
Okay, let's talk later.
Yeah.
But
okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
I mean, I'm getting the idea that maybe it's a transportation issue more than anything, right? Okay.
Jordan?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm here today because I was taught that standing up for what is right is the right thing to do. So I'm not here because there's cameras and I'm looking for my 15 minutes. I'm here because I want to stand up and say that this is despicable. Treating people like this is despicable. They are humans. Calling them pigs is dehumanizing them. That's what happened with the African American community, and that's what you're doing to the homeless people now by likening them to pigs. And also limiting our time to just 1 minute is not going to give you any good solutions at all. You cannot give us good solutions in a minute, but I'll give you some. Mental health, social services, drug counseling, stuff that won't impact the homeless people negatively and those in our community who actually want to help. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Christopher?
Thank you very much, Mayor. The first thing I'd like to say is that if Jesus were to come back today and he was to get a following and provide fish and bread to his followers, that he would not meet the standards of this ordinance. But I do have some solutions as well.
But if Jesus comes, I'll certainly change the ordinance.
Okay, well that'd be great, and it would be fantastic if you could do it now, because Jesus, and according to Christian theology, Jesus is here now. So if you could do that, that'd be great. But I really do want to get to a solution because. One of the issues is that people, the homeless people have a hard time getting to these locations, right? That's what we've heard. So what if we put forward certain trainings for specific community leaders, people in the groups that are here today, so that they could be trained on how to serve clean and to wash their hands and meet all the requirements in the ordinance? And then they'd be free with their license to go feed around wherever they are as they please. Thank you.
No, come back. Hey, come back. It's the last part of what you said. Yeah, it makes sense. The front part of just being angry at us takes any desire to listen away. But what you had to say makes some sense, and I kind of like that. Maybe it is just an issue of training volunteers. Okay, I mean, I can make room for the possibility that if people are going to go out and feed people who need to eat, that they're going to want to also clean up. If they're just aware that needs to be done, If the dumpsters are there to put it in, I mean, I don't know where to put my trash if there's not a trash can. I get what you're saying,
and I mean, my anger.
But the point I really want to give you is that we're not against this. We're not against trying to help. We just have to.
But you have to. I mean, I understand that anger gets in the way of the message, but if you don't feel the passion and the emotions that we're feeling, then you may not listen as intently. And we're trying to get this message across to you and everyone that this is a crisis. You said it's not a crisis. There are old people right now who are shivering in the cold and dying right now tonight. Okay. So it is a crisis, and we need to work.
You do also get that it is a dangerous situation to feed large groups of people without proper health facilities. Anybody disagree with that?
It's dangerous them already being out
All right. I mean, I can really feel the difference between people here who really want to do something and people who just want to be angry. There's a huge difference, and I mean, it's interesting that the people who want to do something we don't see very often because they're not, and I'm not saying that critically, I'm saying that the people that just like to be angry just come and be angry all the time, and so it's hard for us to make the distinction between who's who. But I think we're making some progress. You? I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Yeah. Shannon. Okay. I mean, are we moving in the right direction?
Yeah, I think absolutely things are
okay.
There's a lot of ideas that have been brought up, and I hope the council really looks at some.
Okay. Thank you. What?
I said hook her up with Cheryl.
Where'd Cheryl go? You got great.
I think a lot of the people who will be hooking up, is that not right? We'll all be hooking up with each other, discussing solutions. I believe that will happen soon.
Good. Okay. Dr. Perkins, Minister Boyd, and Pastor Cowan?
Good evening. My name is Dr. Ulrika Bell Perkins. I was a professor for many years. I was also president of the Unitarian Church for 10 years here in Lancaster. I've lived here a long time. I basically want to say one thing you should do is go down and listen to the father in the church you just mentioned. What was that? Father Boyle, who has helped the homeless for years, and he does it in a very orderly and passionate way. And Father Boyle will teach you a lot. Also, there have been a lot of ideas here. I haven't had the feeling that you've been listening really well. And I think there are some basic problems with communication here. One is the homeless. There are over 3,000 homeless people in Lancaster. The problems are multiple, as you know, and you have to understand that it's more. I agree with you on these laws. There has to be safety, but there also, it doesn't have to be an ordinance, and it doesn't have to be punitive. And that someone on your commission was actually shocked at so many people here. This is the whole country, Mayor. The whole country is divided, and the poor and people of color and women are being ignored, discriminated against. Parents are being separated from their children and so forth. Yes, I'm a liberal, and I totally feel that you need to broaden your view and be a whole lot less defensive. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Pastor Daphne Cowan. Good evening, council members, mayor. Much respect. My husband has already given a great introduction as far as what our mandate is. And I have a solution. I feel like if the problem is a trash problem, that all of us that feed the hungry, if we come with our own trash disposable to clean up the trash, that's part of a solution that can be handled. The other part is that if you, the city, could provide porta potties all around the city where our homeless are so they can have a place to go and relieve themselves. And the training that you mentioned for our food services, if you could come out and train us and we can all join this homeless coalition so we can get together and talk and we be properly trained, then you won't have that problem that we're going to spread a virus all over the city. So, and I'm a good cook, and we ain't poisoned nothing yet, but we want to do that from our church. We will be feeding the hungry from our church and have no problem with that. So those are my solutions.
She is a good cook, Mayor.
Thank you. You better say something. And this is my homeless person.
I'm Minister Pamela Boyd. I'm the outreach coordinator for Loving Grace Christian Fellowship Church. I was homeless for 2.5 years. On the streets of Skid Row. And one of the things that saved my life was a little woman that came by and handed me a bologna sandwich in a bag. So we cannot say we got to put this ordinance in order and put this ordinance in order. I understand about the trash problem because we do clean up our own messes. What I want to say to you is we have a lot of vacant buildings out here in the Antelope Valley in the desert. My suggestion is, why can't we...
Wait a minute. I don't own those buildings. The city doesn't own those buildings. What do you...
The city owns a lot of them.
What do you... No,
so why can't the city open up the ones they do own and make kitchens out of them?
Tell me the building the city owns that would be suitable for this.
I'm finished.
Come on. No, I want to listen to you.
I'm going to bring you a list. How about I meet you at your office and I'll give you the list of the buildings that you guys own, that the city owns, that are sitting there vacant, that you can use to house the homeless and feed the homeless. We can create kitchens out of those.
Okay.
Thank you.
Come on back. I want to... Let's... You know, I drive by and I see the Walmart, the closed Walmart,
Right.
you know,
Mm-hmm.
the big building's closed.
Right.
And I'm thinking, why can't we use that? So
Right.
I say to Marvin, why can't we use that?
Right.
And Marvin goes, well, there's fire ordinances.
Mm-hmm.
And there's sprinkler systems you got to put in. And then you've got to build the bathrooms out that will accommodate so many bathrooms for so many people. And when you add up all the cost of this, we just don't have the money to do it. Now, are we working towards that? Are we looking for solutions? We clearly are.
We really
clearly are.
We really are.
But what
I'm saying
appears to be a solution oftentimes is not.
Okay.
I mean, it's as much as I like to act like I get to just wave a wand and things happen, you know, we got state government, we got federal government, we got county government, we got all these rules that we have to work under.
Right.
And all we're
I'm
trying
not
to do
saying-
is find a path.
I'm not saying open up a bunch of kitchens at one time. I'm saying one at a time. We can take this building. Let's make this a kitchen for the homeless where they can come and eat. Everybody can't get to Kingston or whatever the name of it is, or to the park. If you got one on this side and you take one of the nonprofit organizations, let them run it, let them prepare the food, let them feed it on this side of town, one on this side of town, one on this side, and one in the middle. No, it may not can be done all at one time, but one at a time, I believe it can.
Pamela, we have tried that, and let me explain how we've tried that. All the churches took turns feeding the homeless, or a portion of the homeless, and I agree with the person that said there's far more homeless out there than what we do. So, but the fire department shut them down because they're zoned for other things. So we are a government agency, and we do have to follow the law because they come after us. So we have not only these people that we need to protect, but we also want to serve them. Now, we've been trying to do this for not one, not two, but about 6 years now.
Okay.
Before it became a crisis, we got together and said we need to do something. We need to build our own facility. We need to do all this. So we wanted everybody to pitch into the pot $3 a month, and we'll solve the problem, because we could build our own, we could do certain things, and we could solve the problems under our rules, not under the state rules, not under the county rules, but our rules. And the citizens said no. So we said, okay. So we went to get some money. We got it from Kensington. So we're trying to do that. Meantime, we went to the High Desert Health place that they used to have at 60th and I. Now that's a 150,000 square foot building.
Yes.
Okay? And we said, beautiful. We
Right.
could have the churches go in and adopt different wings into the church. We could have this. We could have UAV come in, and they could teach everybody how to, the culinary part of the school could teach everybody and could cook for them. We've tried numerous things. The problem that we're having is we have to protect both sides. Everybody up here is agreement with 90% of you that say we need to get the food to you, but we also have to protect the other side. Those people that use the park after you fed the homeless. It's not fair to them for them to go into a situation. We've opened the fairgrounds. We've opened a lot of different things that have done this, and I've told everybody, you want to fix the homeless problem? There's one solution. Get rid of the liability that comes with it. Get rid of the liability because of the sprinkler systems. Get rid of the liability because of the food. Get rid of the liability, but we take that liability onto us. We take that liability, and we have to protect the people out there. We have to protect those.
I understand that.
So that's what we're trying to say
And
to everybody
I understand
here,
that. I
is
truly
we're
understand
trying to protect them. We're trying to do the best we can, and it's not like we haven't tried. We've gone through the ministerial association. That's 40 different pastors. That's 40 different people that we've gone to where they're churches. They're taking turns. They're doing that kind of stuff. And we've tried different solutions. All we're trying to say here is, guys, help us clean up after you. It's not that hard.
It's not a problem with helping to clean up. I've actually went out and involved the homeless in our cleanup. They like to participate. They like to be treated like human beings. So I've involved them. You guys help me clean this up, and we're going to do this. And they would do that. The problem with the cleanup is you don't have enough trash bins out there. So we take our trash with us. We do. But other people, if you don't have the trash bins up there, I've been out there and the trash is running over.
That's what the permits are for. So if you say we need, now see, we vetted most of this stuff through our Criminal Justice Commission. And people have come up and said, you don't have enough trash bins. Tell us what you need, and we'll get them out there for you. We'll try to get the facilities out there. And if you're going to feed 300 people out there on Saturday, we'll try to get the bathrooms open. We'll try to get extra trash cans. We'll try to do that. And we're saying at no cost. Help us help you to help them. That's all we're saying.
I don't have a problem with that.
Good.
All right, thank you.
Love you.
You know, there's something you all ought to know, is there hasn't been anybody that has worked harder on this problem than Marvin. Much harder than I have. Much harder than right?
Correct.
I mean, he has beat his head against that wall now for 4 or 5 years. Enough said, but that's why he gets a little more passionate about it than I do. I mean, this is something he is passionate about, and he has tried really hard to do something about. And every time he makes 2 steps forward, he gets pushed back 3, for what it's worth. Kimberly Calderon, David Aber. David, are you still here? No. And Christina Alvarez. Yeah, you're first.
Hello.
Hi.
Everyone. Oh, I already started with the time. Okay. So, first of all, I used to work for one of those 501c3s out in a park, and we would clean up and take our trash with us every time. So I don't know where it came from that there's that big of a sanitation issue. I have seen a sanitation issue, but I believe that the city could actually help, because how about the homelessness issue and the hunger issue is a Lancaster City problem. And it also, it affects everyone. I was a student and homeless. And some of these organizations, including the one I worked for, we wouldn't have eaten if it weren't for them. I don't get where Kensington will house the families that are in pain out here. When I first moved to Lancaster, it was a shock because I didn't know I would be homeless when I first got here with a Section 8 voucher, okay? But I was, and I went to a shelter, and they told me that my family was too big for the shelter and that we were lucky to have a car. So me and my children slept in a car for 3 months at the park because we couldn't find a place to live on our Section 8 voucher. At that time, there were more resources available, and that was 4 years ago. Fast forward, I ended up getting my lease terminated, and me and my children ended up back in the street because the owner wanted to sell, which, you know, that's his right. It's his house. However, because of the stigma that surrounds Section 8 and Section 8 tenants, I was homeless for a year with my children. So children are dying out here, but they're children that are suffering from this issue from the inside out. All of my kids are in therapy now because they had to deal with that homelessness. And if you go to the Motel 6 and you go to the Lancaster Inn, you realize that all those families that are housed in there will not go in that facility. There will still be people that have their children in bad situations with, yes, drugs and prostitution all around. And that kills kids too. And I think that the city or the county or whoever is in charge of the health department could offer food safety to these non-government organizations that pour their hearts in. Like the guy that I used to work with, he was working from 5 a.m. to 5 a.m. constantly just trying to get food for all the people that are starving out here. And he could have used the city council. The city council needs to advocate for the people. And no, nobody wants to talk about anybody, because the thing is, we do need to work together. That's the only way it's going to happen. Love is the way that we are going to make it. However, when there's no love and there's only one way of thinking, we can't have this. Like, literally, your homeless population is not drug addicts. It's families. It's single mothers. It's children. And they are all served by these programs. And if it weren't for them, some people wouldn't eat. And that's what I worry about. If Lancaster is going to be a nice place to live, then we need to care about all the people that live here. And I was homeless, and I'm a voter, and I'm one of the constituents here. And that's why I went back to school, political science major, so I can be in your position, so I can help the people that I see are in peril. And that's all I want to say. But I would be more than happy to help with solutions, because I have a lot of ideas, because I have been close to the situation. I'm not one of the people that sit on a council that talk about it, that have never experienced it. I am one of those people who have experienced it, and if I haven't experienced it, I know somebody who has. And if I don't know somebody who has, I have the heart to care about people that I don't know. And I think that in your position, that's the heart you guys should have, and I think you do. So we need to work on it together.
You know, you bring up the problem that nobody seems to have a solution for.
Right.
And it's, what about the mothers with children?
Right.
And I think that it's, and I think it's probably because the number of bedrooms you need. You know what I mean? It's
well,
really
not
easy.
only that, they just said there was no room for my family size. So I was lucky to have a car. But how about if I hadn't have moved?
I don't think anybody's lucky to have a car.
Well, this is what I was told.
I know what I'm saying.
Yeah, by somebody who was in a position to help. They automatically assumed I was a drug addict. They automatically assumed it was me that put myself in homelessness, not the fact that I had moved from Indiana outrunning racism to come back to California where I thought I'd be okay to be faced with.
Wait a minute. Why do you assume you know what they were thinking?
Because she came out. No, she came out and said, "Are you on? What drugs do you do?" Why did you end up
homeless? What I really see with mothers and children is that nobody has a solution, and so they try to push it aside. Now,
they get forgotten.
But where's the solution, you know? I mean, I really think it is something we need to figure out.
I do too, because the thing is, there are children that are dying from the inside out. They are in therapy. They are having problems in school. They can't make it to school. They can't have clothing for school. And then if they go to school in the same clothing in the same week, they've got another problem. And
is the problem that we are dealing with this population called homeless, rather than dealing with a population of mothers and children that are homeless? I mean, I think that perhaps we should be prioritizing.
Well, but we should be prioritizing, but we also have to remember that, even with mental illness, there are people in mental illness, but how about homelessness causes mental illness? Homelessness causes drug addiction. Homelessness causes a lot of issues. We've got children that don't go to school because they're homeless. And then you think about their futures. What do their futures look like? And there needs to be, and it's not just single mothers. I've met a couple single dads in there too.
Sure.
Everybody trying to make it and can't. Like I said, if you go and take the Motel 6 and the Lancaster Inn and you add up all those people that are in there, those families that are in there, they're not going to fill that facility. Then you worry about the safety issue in that facility.
There's not even a place for them.
No, my sister died 3 days ago in a transitional home after 2 days of being there, just trying to find a place to live. No. And she was trying to make it to me, no drugs, no nothing, but went into a shelter like Kensington and died 2 days later.
Wait a minute, I can guarantee you it was not like Kensington.
I don't know.
That is a unique, I think people are really going to use that as the template. At least I hope.
I would hope that there are safeguards in Kensington that people have looked at, but like I said, when you're looking at a situation that you've never experienced, how can anybody make a solution if you've never dealt with the problem face to face? I mean, everybody knows somebody who's been through it, but have you been through it? Because when you go through it, it's a whole different thing. The first time I was homeless, my ex-husband put me and my kids out on the street out of military housing. And there was more help where I was. I was in San Diego, and there was a lot.
I would like to continue the conversation.
I would love to.
But I can't right now. Okay.
Well, I'll meet you at your office. We've met before. Okay. We have pictures together.
We do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll see you again.
I'm good with that. Can we do it after the first of the year?
Definitely.
Okay.
I will be there. I will be making my appointment with you. Okay.
Would you? Thank you. Okay. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. Who's next?
David Aber.
David.
Good evening, council, staff, and concerned citizens and people that are up against it. I'm one of those. I know every one of you well. Welcome to and congratulations, Daryl. Reasonable, rational, and logical. I believe everybody in the room, if you guys table your ordinance that is structured properly to protect the people, we all know that. Anybody acting reasonable in this room understands that. I hear a lot of people in the room. I'm willing to volunteer my time. I'm sure I can work with Vice Mayor Chris and anybody else around here, because I know that the city has reached out and helped me already, because I'm at ground zero as we speak. And I hear everybody, and if everybody in the room that says they're doing all these things, I'll be happy to join with that lady there and others to go forward to getting results to the situation we have. I'm sure that if you guys move to table this, you'll remove a lot of what can be restructured, put together with Mr. Mann, who I know for a long time, as well as the gentleman on the end, and every one of you. I know most all the staff here.
Thank you, David.
And
we're good.
Bottom line is, I'm willing to volunteer my time.
Bottom line, it's 8 o'clock. Okay.
No, I got 2 minutes.
You're out. We're down to 1 minute. That was it.
All good.
Thanks.
You know where I stand.
Okay.
You got my number.
Christina Alvarez.
Okay. Larissa Wolf. Ruth Sanchez. Sarah Odom.
Hello.
Hey.
This is my first time meeting you all in person. So, I'm from Seattle. This is my first time being homeless because I lost my job because of transportation problems. I live out here in Lancaster, all the way on H, and I was working in Palmdale on 47th and S. And I lost my job because of transportation. But I'm actually working on it to get into the military, so I cannot be homeless anymore. But I do want to help out. I love helping people, and I have a good heart. But I do want to start, making a better community for everyone, and especially for the children that are sick, that have cancer, and we want to put shelters in them. It's like children's hospitals where families can go to them and do that, but we want to have one for our community that's not too far but not too close, that's not in the way, and then have an estimate of people once a month, 400 or 500 people a month, and trade.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What was her name? Ruth Sanchez?
That was Larissa. You're Larissa, right? Okay. Okay. Come on up, Ruth.
Good evening. First of all, I had a whole speech prepared for you, Mayor Rex, but I'm not even going to go there because, we got the friend thing going. So I'm just going to say this. 2 months ago, I came here where we discussed this very same ordinance. I still yet have not received a call from the city. I reached out to the Assembly member office as well as the Senate office to help me out with trash cans and trash bags. We cleaned out the Highway 138. We also cleaned out the Plane on the Stick. We fed there on November 24th. We did a beautiful meal with everybody and the community. I had 26 kids that came out and helped, 47 volunteers altogether. And I don't disagree, and I believe when you say you and your wife feed 500 children. I do know because I have worked with you and I know you care. But I can tell you, you don't feed 67 of the children that we fed that day. The 67 children that have signed up for toys through our, through our organization. So we are going to go feed those kids. We are going to do that. I understand all the trash and everything that is around the area. I do agree with that. I'm not opposed to having us get some sort of contract. I'll be the first one to sign, and I know my volunteers will not hesitate to do that. What I am against is the fact that you want all these regulations and the money. And the reason why you're doing this ordinance. Last time when I was the homeless commissioner with Mr. Lee DeRico, I'm sorry if I mess up your name, he says that the reason why they're bringing this ordinance is because they are afraid of our safety. I've been doing this for 7 years, and I've been out here on the streets, Mayor. I've been doing the work.
You're real.
I've not once have I felt threatened. I don't feel threatened. I don't feel insecure, and I am okay. I see the children's coming through our lines, and I am going to feed anybody that comes through. I don't care, why they're coming through.
I think what he meant was more of a health, public safety issue. Okay?
I'm sorry?
Now, I know who you are.
Right.
I get you're real. You actually do stuff. You actually make a difference in people's lives. I get that. This isn't directed at you. I mean, it's directed at certain specific problems. Now, you make a lot of sense about the permit fees. We got to deal with that. We're certainly going to make some adjustments. And more importantly, I think there's a lot of people here we'll be working with. Some of you, not so much. But there's a difference between people who are really trying to get something done and people who just, you know it as well as I do. I don't have to tell you.
No, I agree with you.
And we will certainly make the adjustments and probably graduate it, meaning the people that aren't a problem aren't ever going to have to worry about it. But the people who are, then they're going to have to start paying permit fees.
And I agree with that. But my question is, when is that assistant going to come as far as this trash bins? You complained about the trash.
Yeah.
I agree. I have not yet heard from your office.
All right, somebody help me out here.
Yes, please.
What do you mean you haven't? The mayor doesn't bring the trash cans, okay?
No,
I can only do so
Mayor,
much.
I have your cell phone number, and I'm this close to sending you a text and saying, hey, where are the trash cans?
Okay.
There's no trash
The
cans.
vice mayor brings the trash cans.
That's
Can
his
you
job.
bring them? Okay, December 21st. We're having a meeting. We're having a Christmas party. All the kids are going to be there. I would love nothing more to have a trash can. I took 26 trash bags.
We will have some portable trash cans brought in. Waste management will do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
You just got to go to the right guy.
Well, I thought I was here last time and everybody heard me. I sent emails and nobody replied back.
Ruth?
Yes.
How much of your time last month did you worry about my problems?
Your problems?
You see what I'm saying? I mean, we all got our own lives. It's hard to keep everything in line. It's not
Mayor,
it's
these
not
are your constituents. These are...
Okay, I think you're entitled to have a trash can. Marvin will make sure.
Thank you. December 21st, 12 o'clock. Thank
Great.
you.
And tell me if he doesn't do it, all right?
Oh, I sure.
Yeah, I need your contact information.
Oh, God. I know Mayor Rex has it, but I'll be more than happy to give it to you.
Well, I need it.
He's a trash man.
Sarah?
Hi, Sarah.
Hello. Okay, I'll try to make it quick. So right now, I write articles for the Homeless Insider newsletter, and also I was homeless last year. I was actually homeless behind your law firm, Mr. Mayor. Before that, I was homeless in an abandoned building, and it was during the summertime, and it was hot. I'm telling you, I was grateful that people came and gave us food when we were there, because it was too hot to budge. It was too hot to move. I even had a broken foot at the time. So, but that's not the issue here. I get that you guys are not against giving homeless people food. That's great. The issue is the trash. Yes, I do have an idea. I don't have all the answers, but from my time on the streets and from what I've met with other people, the issue is I see it as an incentive program would work. Give a homeless person a black trash bag and say, okay, go fill us with trash, bring it back to me, and I'll give you a coupon for a free hamburger.
I think that's a great idea, but then somebody pointed out to me, you got to pay workers' comp insurance. You got to do this. You got to have disability insurance.
Disability
there
insurance
are so many laws in the way of those things.
Of way of what? Of handing out free coupons for free food?
There's a lot of countries where everybody who wants a job has one.
Right, it's not a job.
Why wouldn't it be a job?
A coupon for a free hamburger is not a job.
It isn't?
Well, in any sense,
it is.
Giving out a coupon is a job.
I'm saying that there are so many laws in the way of
incentive programs.
Yeah, at one point I was thinking, why don't we just give anybody who wants it $12 an hour? They have to clean the streets or whatever. They have a job, right? And then somebody pointed out, what about workers' comp coverage? What about the people who are going to scam the workers' comp system? And you just start adding and adding it. It's just not an easy solution.
It's not, but I want to tell you, when I was homeless, I put all my trash into a really big box, like a furniture-sized box. Now, if someone would have told me, put trash in this box and I'll bring you like a pizza or a hamburger, I would have done it. No problem. So, but I don't know. Anyway, I also wanted to shake Marvin Chris. I want to shake your hand if that's okay. I've actually wanted to meet you for a really long time.
Okay. You can come around.
Okay. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you.
Okay, Irene Usual, coming out here. Jesse Gonzalez and Betty Emery.
Jesse Gonzalez.
Yeah, come on up.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Mayor. I don't like public speaking. I'm an advocate for the homeless. I worked all my life. I grew up around gangs, drugs, and mental illness. I've never been in jail. And I have a family. I've always worked since before I even graduated high school. I never respected the homeless. I never respected the gang member. I saw what it did to my family. And giving them money or helping them was far from me because my job is dangerous. I'm a tower crane operator. I climb 200, 300 feet every morning. And why don't they work hard to provide for their families like I do? But driving to work every morning through LA, I would see how tired they were. And I got tired of passing them up. So I would ask God, please, I would snapshot the GPS where the communities were, and I would ask God, please, I want to do something. And I ended up becoming a homeless advocate. I just want to ask you to be open to other locations. You don't want to funnel them to parks because I've seen them take over parks and leave trash. And just be open to more talks with, you got a lot of good advocates here. I barely moved to Palmdale. I haven't done anything out here on Big Time in Skid Row. We do a lot of stuff out there. It's dangerous. It's dirty. I understand where you're coming from. I don't like how they disrupt the streets or the city or by schools. I don't like it. But I just hope you're open to more talks and open to more locations because you don't want them always hanging out at the parks. That's where the children are. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. What do you got?
Irene? Or Betty? Are you Betty?
Yeah, I am.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Council, for taking the time out to listen to us tonight. I'm just here to show my support to the organizations and the people that are out there helping the homeless and those less fortunate, even on their own dime. When I read about this ordinance, I was disappointed to see that there were fees that were going to have to be paid by these organizations that would strap them on their already small budget that they do have. And tonight we've listened to quite a few great solutions and ideas, and I think there's a lot of love in this room. And I think that you as the City Council really have a lot of resources out here that want to help with this situation. But yeah, I really disagree with the fees that are going to, be put on these people that are just trying to help. That's all I really have to say. Mm-hmm.
Is Irene here?
Okay, Kelly McTaggart, Michael Reeves, Mel
We'll just call it Mel Tilly.
Go ahead.
Who's this?
Oh, this is my son, Kellen McTaggart.
Kevin?
Kellen.
Kellen.
Yes.
Hi, Kellen. How are you?
Good.
Welcome.
Yeah.
And you are Kelly.
I'm Kelly McTaggart, yes.
Welcome.
Well, now
Thank
I know
you.
how you got your name, Kellen.
I do believe that you can catch more flies with honey than vinegar, so I'm going to start by saying that I do appreciate the openness to perhaps providing free permits. I think that's a nice step in the right direction. And the volunteer training programs that you were talking about earlier, that sounds like something that could be a really good roundtable discussion, especially with the Vice Mayor and his passion on the subject. I think he'd be a great leader for that. Earlier, Councilman Doris, you said that something along the lines of that you don't eat in the sanctuary, you eat in the kitchen. And the issue here is that these people don't have a sanctuary or a kitchen. Clearly, tonight we've learned that the problem with trash or lack of trash bins around the city is much bigger than perhaps this one issue. I think a lot of us could adhere to that. And I do believe that these organizations do a great job cleaning up after themselves. I don't understand where the mentality comes in that's where all the trash is being left behind. The people that are volunteering and advocating, they have good hearts. I mean, they're already coming forward out of their own pockets. They don't want to leave things a mess. Like, they're trying to better the community. So going back to the permits, perhaps the extra porta potties, the extra trash cans, that all sounds great, but the big problem with the big issue earlier you were saying is potentially transportation, which that's a given. We've all figured that out tonight. But there's also stigmas being, and I think, and I'm not going to I don't have to reiterate, you've heard that tonight as well. And then on top of that, we have the vulnerability of these people. We use the term houseless a lot because they don't have a house, but that doesn't mean that they don't have a home and they don't have a community. And so the vulnerability with leaving to it, even if you provided the transportation, they have to leave behind all their belongings. They don't have a security system or a door to lock to keep their items safe. Some of them have animals, and these animals literally protect them. I mean, there's single women that have, we talk about the concerns, and they literally have, you think, oh, why would a homeless person have a dog if they don't have money for that? Well, it's for protection. It's pragmatic. I think that you guys have an opportunity. The reason, I wasn't even going to come here tonight because I knew I would have to bring my son. I didn't want to keep him up too late. And what really disheartened me this morning was that I read a headline that said, this LA County city could outlaw handing out food in public spaces. And what I think that headline should read is, Lancaster community and city council band together to help their houseless community. You guys should be in the news right now as leaders. You know why? Because you have a far more cohesive community than a lot of Los Angeles County. I graduated from Highland High School in 1996. And people rag on the AV, but we do have a lot of great people here and a lot of opportunity to grow and help one another. And I just don't understand how this can even be a fight. Like, I put on my card that I'm here neutral because I don't understand how this is even an issue. You guys have won half the battle. Look at all the people. You're so surprised, like, how many people showed up. Do you know how many communities wish they had hundreds of advocates pulling out of their pocket, driving out in the middle of the night to provide blankets, food? And I'm not even one of the people that do it. I don't have that time, and I don't even have the money, but I'll put out a Facebook post, hey, I'm collecting blankets. And, it's about doing what you can where you're at with what you have. And I think that you guys have a lot more resources than we do. So let's see what you guys could do. And I would love to be part of the discussion. And I can tell you right now, you have a lot of, yes, people have to get past the anger, past the name calling. With all due respect, Mayor Paris, I do hear you getting a bit defensive, or somebody comes up and it's like, oh, well, where were you in the past? Well, where are we right now? Look who's here right now. So I'm just here as a citizen, as somebody, an advocate, as somebody that just, there are so many stigmas, and not everybody has, it's not just drug abuse. And even drug abuse, I have a sister that's homeless right now, and her drug abuse is the result of being sexually assaulted and attacked, and not having resources, being in a middle-class position where she doesn't have free resources and she can't afford to pay for them because she has a family. And next thing you know, she's drinking more heavily, and that turns to this and that. And it's a whole cycle.
I have to stop you.
Okay.
Okay, we're out of time. I mean, you kind of went over a minute.
Okay. I understand.
But I like...
I'm just saying that it's just, you can't take it at face. There's so many layers to the onion. And so just take into consideration all these layers. Sometimes it takes money to make money. I think you know that. So maybe,
There's a
you know,
rumor about
you try to think, but you're saying, where do I pull the money? Where do I pull the money? But, you know, what if you looked long term, how much money you could save? And look at these opportunities. Like, you have this great place, Kensington, and you want to offer resources, but there's a 3,700 person deficit there. So if you open up these community programs, instead of being scared about the trash, use the opportunity for police officers. We have some fine police officers in this community. I'm friends with some of them. Let it be an opportunity to engage the community, to stop the stigmas. So
wait a minute.
Okay.
We are kind of engaging the community.
Well, absolutely. But I'm saying, instead of looking at these, when they get together and they feed 200 people, instead of looking at it as something that's going to be a mess, or, oh, how are we going to deal with this? That is your opportunity. You show up, you come, and then you can see firsthand.
So how many people do you think would come if this was billed as a positive thing? Nobody showed up for Kensington. I mean, when we approved Kensington and the city, which is really.
No, it's a great.
Let me finish.
Okay.
It's going to be the greatest thing. I think the nation will embrace it, but maybe not. But I think so. How many people came to that meeting?
I'm not sure. No.
Nobody cared about that. What they care about is they want to see a fight. They want to, you know.
A lot of these people look at me like, you know.
I don't mean you.
I know,
did
but
I make it clear
don't
that
generalize.
there seems to be a distinction?
Well, it should just show how important this is to a lot of people. We could agree on that. It's obviously a very important
I
issue.
like the idea that people are getting engaged and that there is now a group here that wants to work with the city. And then, you know, but I'm also aware that there's a substantial number of people here that really aren't really concerned about doing anything other than making a lot of noise. And that's all I was saying.
Yeah, no,
The
I
people that want to sit with Cheryl and actually do something, we're really interested in them. The people who want to raise hell and vilify the mayor, I mean, okay. But we're not too interested in working with them. Do you see the difference?
Yeah, well, I mean, and logically, everything doesn't fall on one person. Logically, but it's taken a while to get to this. But it's taken a while. There's two sides to every story, and in the middle, there's the truth. Let's just find the truth. Let's stop fighting about who's right or wrong. Is my point. So.
Good enough.
Anyhow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mel? Michael Reeves, you're next.
Council members, you guys keep saying it's not punitive. You keep saying it's not punitive when you already have a litter law on the codes. This is not about trash. You keep saying it's not punitive when you're when you're putting a burden on the people who are serving your residents and asking them to work up to health codes. But you're not putting that burden on the people who are handing out on private property. So this is not about health and safety for the people who are serving it. For the people who are here, this is not about you organizing and working together. Because if this ordinance passes and the way it's written, even for them to waive permit fees, it's going to take years. If you ever work with a city, you'll know that it's going to take years. What this is about is not you working together. What this is about is the right of people, whether they're housed or unhoused, to accept food from someone on a public space, and to have that freedom.
You're done.
That's what this is about.
Yeah. Michael Reeves.
Mayor, council, assemblyman, ladies and gentlemen, staff. You want positive solutions. Tomorrow, you have Jason and Rhonda hire public works employees to go out and clean the city up. That can help things right away. Not only is it the homeless, but the whole city needs to be cleaned up. Number one. Number two, use existing facilities to help the homeless. There's pages and pages of places that the homeless can be served in this community, but they don't know about it. Get Cheryl to engage the groups back here to take these people to the places to eat and get care. You can do that tomorrow. The third thing is, at the library, every month they have a homeless forum. Have that every week. The county goes there. They have computers. They can help people on the spot. DMV's down there. Everybody's down there. And finally...
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we got Natasha Vanderhoff, Melissa Freund, is that it? Is that it? Oh. And John Peltzer.
Okay, who's speaking first?
I think we tell them.
Hey. Melissa? Go ahead.
Good evening.
Hello. Good evening. So one of the things that I keep hearing about tonight is littering. Littering is already handled under other ordinances. Public restrooms and facilities should also be considered always as a human right, but not under the guise of a solution for another issue. The city does not own public space. We, the people, own public space. We have a say in our own community and how we take care of our people. I am not okay with allowing people to go hungry because of a city council decision. Food is a basic human right that cannot be abridged by officials. Our most vulnerable community members are not targets. Enforcing these types of ordinances denies the people agency to support our own community.
Thank you.
John? Yeah, I'm John Pelzer. In 2014 in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 2 ministers and a 90-year-old man were arrested for giving away food to the homeless. Last year, a federal appeals court vindicated their actions with a ruling that feeding the homeless is, quote-unquote, protected expression under the First Amendment. This ordinance would curb the civil liberties of everybody in this room for that very reason. Something else I just wanted to mention, I'm trying to be very positive here. It's difficult. Last June, Mayor, you were quoted as saying about the unhoused, quote, when they rob somebody, somebody ought to shoot them.
That's right. That's it.
So, that's no... It's my minute, excuse me. I want the time back. No due process for the unhoused. I think there's an underlying bias here, which seems to come out every other time. It's beyond the ignorance of what the unhoused are and what they need. There is a bias that you have expressed. That's a problem.
It might very well be a problem, and it certainly is a bias. The bias in this city is we will protect the hardworking families here above all else, especially the children. And when you look at the statistics of some of the different populations, we have to deal with that. And I'm sorry if that offends your liberal, yeah.
Natasha? Is Natasha here?
You do have an interesting argument that we have to look at, and Allison, I'm curious about what he said. I mean, he actually might have made some sense, other than his right. You know what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
We will look into the due process issue and the freedom of expression thing you brought up. You might have something there, and we will look at that, okay? But as far as changing the mayor's bias, that's not going to happen. He is definitely biased. Okay.
Points for asking.
Joanne? Ian Jameson? And Lauren Perry. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry, what was your name? What was his name?
John.
John? If you have a site for that case, we'd really like to look at it. I mean, we will investigate that. Okay?
I got it.
Thank you.
Go ahead, John.
Hi, I'm a 46-year-old homeless female out here. I live in fear every day. Thanks to some of the people in the audience, they're the ones that have made it possible for me, because there's days I'm afraid to leave camp because of your comment, Mr. Paris, about shoot the homeless. A couple days after that, I was shot at just walking down the street. I live in fear every day. I don't want to leave camp half the time. I've been shot at, ran off the street. I became a target. And if it wasn't for these people, I wouldn't eat half the time. How's that humane?
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Ian Jameson. So you want solutions. That's great. Here's one solution. Housing people. Now, I've heard a lot of BS about the fact that there isn't any money. That completely denies the existence of Measure H. Currently, under Measure H, $460 million are generated in taxpayer revenues every year, and the majority of that $460 million goes unused because non-feasant city councils all across this county, embodied by you guys, don't submit proposals to get that money. So that's one. You got your funding, 460 million of it. Don't deny it doesn't. Don't act like it doesn't exist. And two, you have in front of you the largest homelessness study ever done in the country, and it shows that for the 10% of the homeless population that is the most expensive to house, it costs 3 times as much to keep them on the streets as it does to get them indoors. So not only do you have the money, it is fiscal madness, it is fiscal insanity, and it is murderously immoral to keep these people unhoused. There are your solutions.
Thank you.
One second, I need to correct that. Out of the $11,646,000 Measure H put into our community, which is called SPA 1, $8,125,000 went to Mental Health America. They received $1,499,000, and Valley Oasis received $8,125,000, and the city of Lancaster received $670,000. So we don't have $46 million to just do what we want with, and I just need, it's important that you really understand the facts. Go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
My name is Lauren Perry. I actually am a teacher here in Lancaster, and I have seen my students eat out of the trash can, so I know that's a real fact. I also know that one day I may have a student who becomes a homeless adult, and I currently have homeless students in my classroom as we speak. So I did want to speak on that. I hate public speaking, so please forgive me. But I was called into action when I did hear about this morning. I actually never heard about this until just today. But the Lord did convict me to come out and speak on what I believe. And I did want to read this, and I know he talked about it a little before. The First Amendment of the United States prevents the government from making laws which regulate an establishment of religion and prohibit the free exercise of religion. So for me, I believe that when I'm convicted to do something that's giving, I'm to do it wherever. And I know you guys have heard that, but I know that you have hearts of conviction as well. And I just ask you, would you like to follow this same law yourself? You're asked by God to do something like giving. So that's, but I do have a solution also, if I could just share that. Because I'm a teacher, I was thinking we can have walking field trips, picking up trash. I don't know how that would work. I can start facilitating that at Lancaster School District. I think that would help. There's a lot of kids who would love to do that, so and a lot of teachers who would love to lead that. So that would be my solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Joyce Q. Lynn Erickson. You're up.
Okay. I'm part of a two-man operation, and we clean up the park all the time, and I would like for you to expedite the no fee permit, because we clean up after ourselves. We clean up after other groups. We clean up a lot. And we always use our hand sanitizers. We wear gloves. We use gloves when we cook at home. I even wear gloves when I go to the bathroom, throw those away, take them off this way, throw them away, and still wash my hands and hand sanitize my hands, and then put on new gloves when I touch the food. There are people who, I worked for 10 years in restaurant service, McDonald's, Taco Bell. I learned how to behave and how to handle food. And there are some, and also we're a legal nonprofit with the state, federal government. We are incorporated. We are an incorporated nonprofit ministry, and that's all I have to say.
Lynn, we will absolutely do that.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Let's take a break. Take 10 minutes.
Maureen Feller. Hey, I'll get back here. Fawn Kimball, you're up next. And then Van Roberts.
Am I starting?
I think that's up to you.
Okay. We don't want homeless here. It has been said on numerous occasions. I agree with the man who said this is not about feeding the homeless. This is about pushing them out. Rex says he's feeding 500 children. Rex decided to start feeding 500 children after he told the populace to illegal carry and shoot homeless people who needed killing. Okay, you guys are complaining that we weren't here to support your shelter. Your shelter, Marv, you were quoted on video saying we will give them the choice to go to jail or go to the shelter. We were going to have 300 beds in that shelter. We have over 1,000 homeless people. Of course we did not support it. Half the money was going to go to policing them. Daryl, our new council member, you said you want to protect our public. Our homeless are part of our public. Rex says he wants to work for the hardworking families.
Maureen,
we have homeless that are hardworking.
Thank you.
Oh, no.
No.
The solution is we vote 3 of you out in April and we vote the other 2 out in 2022. Nothing here will change otherwise. Thank you.
Fawn? Welcome, Fawn.
Thank you. I am a Lancaster resident and a school librarian here. My biggest concern about this is the stripping away of the human element. I am a follower of Christ, as many of us in this room are, and I follow his commands, and we are to feed those who are hungry. And part of that for me is very personal. If I see someone who is hungry, I want to be able to give them food right then and there when they need it. My church is a tiny church. We have a storefront church. We don't have a parking lot we can feed homeless in. We don't have money to pay the fees. We like to give a home-cooked meal because it is personal. Food is a way to the soul. This is a way we can connect with people and show them we love them. Let them know they are our brothers and our sisters. They're not just a business. And if we put blocks up to that, we all know that fewer people will do this. The more hoops you put on something, the fewer people will jump through them. That is just a fact. So please don't strip away that human element, my ability and my small church's ability to show our brothers and sisters that we love them by just giving them food. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Van Roberts. Welcome, Van.
Council, how you doing? I've been here all night and I heard all the complaints. I think the problem is that we don't understand that we have to go back and see why we have this problem. As for example, if we can help our teenagers who are homeless because our rate with our teenagers are high, we can reduce homelessness because these kids who are running away from home have a home. But there's an issue in their home. So as I'm here all tonight, it's about how are we going to fix this? Well, you're going to always have this problem because you're not reducing. You know, you're constantly adding. We have to find out first, how do we stop what's going on now? And the only way to stop now is that we have to give these kids a voice. We have to find out what's going on in their homes first in order to make a difference. Once we find that out, we can move on to the next stage. But our problem here is that we are constantly growing homelessness because, one, families can't afford the rent. And they're moving from one section to another. And it comes to a point where they have their siblings and they can't feed them. But I am going to tell you this. Whatever you put in place, just understand this, that when you take away from the community, when we don't feed these kids, because we feed them every week, we're going to look at crime is going to rise because these kids are hungry. These kids are going to break into these homes. Okay? So we can't always focus on just us. We have to focus on what's going on in our community. And our kids are falling. Our kids have no place to go. That's half of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Where's my... Is that it?
That's all the speaker cards.
Hey, okay.
We have a lady in the back that says that she didn't get to speak.
Well, how bad do you want to speak? Then come on down. But this is it. No one else.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, I didn't see you back there. You told me that it wasn't on this topic. You told me it was on another topic. You told me it was on...
No, I asked you if I marked the right box.
Okay, I misunderstood you. I thought you meant you wanted to speak on a different topic entirely because your card said something else. She did turn in a card, and I marked it for, I think, non-agendized.
And her name?
I don't know.
Jeanette Anderson.
Jeanette Anderson.
I have a card for you, Jeanette. It's in the wrong pile.
And that is my fault.
You got in the wrong line.
Yeah, something has to be said for that. Yeah. I wanted to present this to everybody and then maybe just get a copy because I need this one back. I am at the Lancaster shelter. I'm here to talk about the bed bug problem. It's been going on at
about
least
which?
for
I didn't hear
the
that.
bed bug problem.
Okay.
It's been going on for at least 2 years. I've been talking to the homeless there and trying to help them. I have my husband's retirement, so I'm just looking for a place. I've been looking for 2 months. There's also sanitation issues with the shower truck and retaliation from staff for bringing up these 2 issues to the attention of the staff, of, the bed bugs and the sanitation issues. These are the people that, in the time that I have been there, these are the people that I want to honor that have been bit by bed bugs. Ernie, Sal, Tanny, Krista, Ruben.
No, help me out here. We're out.
David and Sky.
Where at?
At the Lancaster shelter.
There is no Lancaster shelter.
The Salvation
Army.
I don't know who's running it, actually, and if you're not, I would like to
All right. No,
ask for help.
You've actually said enough. Can we get public health in there? I want that fixed.
Mayor, we received this complaint at the last Homeless Impact Commission meeting, and we moved it forward to both LASA and Catherine Barger's office. So we will certainly follow up tomorrow to see where they are with addressing the issue.
So when are they going to inspect?
We'll follow up tomorrow to see where they are in the process, but we did move this forward to both the supervisor and to
Okay,
LASA.
I want somebody reporting back to me.
Okay.
We're on it, okay? Thanks.
Thank you.
You shouldn't have to come to the city council meeting to deal with that issue, and we will find out what's going on, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, where are we at? Talk to me.
I think we need to discuss it. I think it's gone through the Homeless Commission. It's gone through the Criminal Justice Commission. It still needs a lot of holes in it that need to be fixed. But here's the thing that I think we should handle it exactly like we did the single cans of beer, as far as make some changes in the ordinance now, but don't implement it for 6 months, and give the 501c3s the opportunity to police themselves, and have myself and Daryl will sit down with some of the people that have some ideas, and we'll talk about the free permits, the volunteers on the food safety. We'll bring in Mr. Mann with that, the trash, the porta potties. I think we have the contract with Waste Management where it would allow us to add a few porta potties, and then we can look at the transportation issues that we need to. Those are the things, the main issues that I saw that we need to do. So it's the free permits, it is the volunteers for the food safety, okay, the trash, we need to address the trash issues, the porta potties, we need to address the porta potties when, where, and how, and we need to address the transportation issues for them to get to different facilities. And then look at if we can expand on the facilities that are out there. But whatever we do, we won't take it in and put it into play for 6 months, because we'll have to take some time to work it out. But it's on the books, and we can, at the second reading, we can adjust, correct?
If you want to incorporate all of those into the ordinance, yes, we can adjust at the second read.
Okay, but I want to put it on the books now, and just that's.
So you want to continue to move to introduce and then
Correct.
make modifications at the second read?
Correct.
Yeah, I think we need to, there was enough people here tonight, excuse me, that really came with some good ideas. And I don't think we want to dismiss them. It's unfortunate that we didn't pick that up when it was before the Criminal Justice Committee or the homeless, but, I don't feel comfortable pulling a trigger and saying this is the way things are going to be. I think we need to bring everybody together and make it work. There's enough passion in this room that if they're really sincere based on what the mayor said, This get everybody together and put our heads together and make it work. Marv just cited off a list of at least 6 things that we need to address. And I think we need to pull all those elements together.
Daryl, you'll be willing to sit down with me?
Absolutely.
And then we can sit down with some of the people in there. I made a list of everybody that had, good ideas that were positive, good ideas that we can work with, and we can move to it. So that would be my motion.
Hold on.
Okay.
Thoughts?
I think I like the idea of that, because I think we give a little bit of time, and that 6 months will be good enough to see we can. And it did work like the last time with the single. So I think we should try that. I like that idea.
I'm all for it, especially being just now appointed to this. It gives me time to really delve into it and really interact with these 501c3s and the different people that have a passion for this. Also involve the other churches that may not have known for whatever reason. I love Marvin's idea, and I love us tackling, look like the top 6 that came up with all of this, the 3-hour conversation that we just had. And I'm totally comfortable with moving on this in about 6 months on it.
So,
I
Assemblyman Lackey, hold on.
Oh, okay.
Hold on.
Yeah. Let's get
What do
there.
you think?
Okay.
You speak into that.
I had no idea what I was coming to here this evening. I came here to support my friend here, Mr. Doris.
And you ended up on the dais.
I didn't even know of this initiative or this discussion, this ordinance. This is all brand new to me. But what I will say is this, is that I'm proud to represent a community who is actually taking this problem serious. Everybody's talking about it. Everybody's aware that homelessness is a problem throughout the country, not just here in our Antelope Valley. And I'm proud of the fact that I'm seeing engagement, and sometimes it gets to be not so friendly, but nonetheless, it's engagement. And clearly, it's meaningful, and that's all I can ask for, and I'm very, very thankful. And I think that some of the leadership that's being demonstrated in the Antelope Valley, especially here in Lancaster with this Kensington project, is worth watching. And anybody that dismisses it as a token is missing the mark, because this is very significant. And we talk about people who are homeless, and the impact that you make incrementally is substantial. If you help one family, it's huge. And it's gone way beyond that. And do we have more work to do? Certainly. But we didn't get to this problem overnight. We're not going to fix it overnight. And we need to make incremental change that involves engagement like you are demonstrating here this evening. So thank you for allowing me to come and listen and see what's going on here, because you're all my constituents. So I'm very, very thankful to watch this, and very proud to see of what's happening.
And thank you for coming, and thank you for coming up and sitting with us. I'm glad you're here. What if we licensed? Could we license the people doing this? I mean, my thinking is that clearly there were some very legitimate people here, right? Why not license them? And as long as they're performing in a way that's not a threat to the public safety, then they keep their license.
As I understood the Vice Mayor's suggestion and proposed amendments, one of the items was the food safety training that could result in some form of certification or the like.
Okay.
And that would provide the type of thing that I think you're thinking of, to ensure that the food provided is, not going to worsen the condition of our vulnerable population.
I also want a level of transparency here that let's not make any mistake about this. There are certain parts of the city that are unsuitable for this. It's not okay to do it in people's parking lots if we don't own the parking lot. It's not okay to trespass on people's property if we don't own the property. And I don't want there to be any illusion that we're not going to enforce those laws. We are. I mean, we're going to enforce all the laws. But I like the idea of, I think that if we handle this energy appropriately, we're going to do more good than the opposite of that. But I want the Homeless Commission involved in rewriting this. Okay? Right? I mean, and we're reconstituting the Homeless Commission next meeting, right? I want, however we do this, for them to be working with the folks who want to work with us.
That will mean that it will not be coming back at the first meeting in January for adoption, because we will not have a meeting at which they can work on that and we can get the publication done in time for it to come back at the January.
So when can we bring it back?
I don't want it brought back for 6 months. I want to do it now and bring it back for the second reading, and we'll make changes at that time in 6 months. That will give us time to make any appropriate changes. And then some people are very creative out there. They might make other suggestions that we want to input in, but it will also show everybody we're serious about fixing the problems, and that we have to fix the problems. And like I said before, we have to take care of both sides of the fence.
I just want to, oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were finished.
No, you can interrupt him. It's okay.
I really didn't mean to, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Christ. I want to make sure I understand you. You want to, as I understood it, you were moving to introduce the ordinance as presented with certain modifications, including it would not be implemented for 6 months after enactment.
Okay, but just that's all I want to leave it at.
You want to leave it at that?
Let's go ahead and do whatever we got to do at this reading, and now when it comes back for the final reading, that's when we make the changes.
We would need to publish it. We would need to have the changes complete at the time we publish.
Okay, then that's what we'll do. And that'll be 6 months from now. They got 6 months to fix, to put additional input in.
Okay, so you don't want to, so you want to introduce tonight, but not enact for 6 months?
Correct.
I misunderstood you. Okay. I misunderstood you.
And
All
so
right.
within that 6 months, they'll be meeting with the Homeless Commission.
Okay.
We'll make whatever changes are appropriate, right?
We'll also be meeting with the 501c3s. Then that
And Jason, you're looking at us like we're nuts, so now's the time to tell us if we are.
No, I'm just trying to understand if we want to do it right. So basically the time is ticking to fix the ordinance. And
I want to work it just like we worked with the single-serve alcohol cans. And what we did was we put a commission together. We worked it out. We came to an agreement where we could work, but they knew that we were serious. Yeah. And so I want everyone to know that we have a problem that we need to fix because of the rules that we have to follow. And so we need to make some type of compromise, which we're willing to do. And this is a good start with those 6 that I listed.
All right, I understand.
All right?
Yeah.
Okay, you got it?
Yes, we're good. So did you want to do the 6 months to implement? Did you also want to take the fee out of it now, or did you want to?
If I take the fee out of it, I want to.
We don't want no fee in there.
No fee?
No. We want to have a graduated thing. It's free until you screw up.
Yeah.
Then you start paying the fee.
So introduce with, it won't be implemented, well, we won't be bringing it back for adoption for 6 months.
Right.
Okay.
By that time, everybody should have their input.
And by then, we will have modified the fee structure.
Correct.
Very good.
We'll do everything.
All the things.
All of it.
All right.
Okay?
Okay.
We're just introducing it now, and then in 6 months, hopefully, we've come to a conclusion by then and work it out.
Okay. And we may have to bring it back for reintroduction in order to be able to publish it.
That's fine.
Just to clarify, I don't want to mislead you in any way.
That's fine.
Okay.
Just want to have enough time to get the passionate people that were here that were really interested in doing something.
Right.
Get them back together so that we can really make this work.
And I want to help make sure you can do that and get it adopted properly.
1 second.
So I'm going to.
Those 2 guys, they can't be on it.
So I'm ready to second the vice mayor's proposal.
Okay, let's vote. And it's unanimous. Okay, let's move on.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay, here we go. Back to over here.
Front page. Front page?
Items to be removed.
Hey, behave. All right. Anything to be removed, city manager? Ms. Perez, is there anything to be removed? No? We're good? Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion to approve the minutes.
Second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes unanimously. Consent calendar.
We need to pull CC 13. And I'll move that we accept the consent calendar as currently comprised, pulling CC 13.
I'll second that.
And CC 7.
Why, what's 7?
We have a recusal need for you, Mayor Paris,
I
on
gotta
CC
leave?
7.
I'm out?
You're out on CC 7. So
Okay.
if we can just pull CC 7 in addition to CC 13, we can move the rest of the agenda.
Well, I'm glad you caught that.
Yeah, and I'm glad someone notified me.
I mean, I would be sharing a cell with Mr. Ledford. Jeez.
Let's vote on the motion. We have a motion.
All right. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion and a second.
We already have a motion to approve consent calendar, pulling CC 7 and CC 13.
Okay, let's vote. And it passes unanimously. So should we hear from Mr. Reeves and then...
Michael Reeves is gone?
God is good.
Okay.
He is good.
All the time. Motion to approve CC 13.
I'll second that.
Vote.
Let's vote. Passes unanimously. And I'm out.
I need a motion in a second for CC 7.
The mayor's recusing himself due to the proximity of the project to property he
Hey,
owns.
you two knock it off. I'm in charge.
Yes,
I'll make the motion to approve CC 7.
And I second that. Done?
Motion passes 4 yes votes with Mayor Paris recusing himself.
All right.
Did I get to re-swear? I'd have forgotten.
You know, Henry, when you sat up here, I don't remember people being as vitriolic. Is it something I said?
I just kind of sit and let them burn out, and then I keep
You mean I should just sit here? Okay. Public
speaker
hearing
cards.
item 1.
No speaker cards.
Let's waive the staff report.
We need to open the public hearing.
Oh, open the public hearing? Waive the staff report. No speaker cards. Public hearing is now closed.
I'll move that we introduce ordinance number 1070.
Second that.
Let's vote. Passes unanimously.
No speaker
PH2,
cards.
no speaker cards. Hold on.
Open the public hearing.
I want to hear this.
Okay.
Would you please open the public hearing then?
What?
Would you please open the public hearing then?
Oh, open the public hearing. Now I want to hear this. What is this?
Mayor, City Council, the item before you tonight is pursuant to the TEFRA Hearing Act. And
Can you come up to the podium so I can see you, because there's Christmas trees in the way. Thank you.
No problem. I'm going to actually invite the bond agency and the facilities who are actually we're hosting the meeting for them tonight. So as you are familiar, we host TEFRA meetings for public private bonds, and there is no debt obligation to the city. This one particularly is specific to charter school facility bonds. We know it as Learn for Life, but I'm going to go ahead and let the bond agency speak to the details of the project.
Hi, good evening. I'm Caitlin Longtoe with the California Public Finance Authority, and we are serving as the conduit issuer for this transaction, where we're asking for you to pass a resolution that allows CalPFA to issue up to $22 million to finance the acquisition of the Lifelong Learning Corporate Center. This is part of a pooled transaction, so we actually have 4 different locations throughout California in San Bernardino, Contra Costa County, and Riverside counties. All have locations with charter school facilities that we will be financing as part of a larger transaction.
Hi, I'm excuse me. I'm Mark Bauer from Org, Carrington, and Sutcliffe, and I'm working as bond counsel on this transaction. And just wanted to reiterate the fact that the TEFRA hearing puts no obligation, no liability on the city when the bonds are issued.
Troy, why are we doing this?
By law, we have to.
We have to provide the forum at which the public can come and speak to the propriety of this issuance. It is, and that is all our obligation is. And so in order to allow them to proceed with their financing, they need a public hearing to have been held, which we are now accomplishing. And then we adopt a resolution saying we've done so that they can proceed with their financing, which has no liability to us and no obligation on our part. It is merely an opportunity for the public to speak to this financing.
This is very similar to
Sounds like a scam.
Bond.
It's a federal tax law.
Well, my only concern is, didn't Palmdale approve the charter school for $30-some million, and now it's an empty building?
There's a big difference between that school and Learn for Life.
This
Is
is
this
an
Learn for Life?
existing facility, yes. So
Oh,
it's
this
not
is a Learn for Life.
start from a new.
Hold on. I got to get new hearing aids. All right. We're good.
You need to close the public hearing.
Let's close the public hearing. Let's have a motion.
I move that we approve PH2A and PH2B, adopting the resolution 19-60.
I second it.
Let's vote. Passes unanimously. CB1, continued business, item 1, municipal law enforcement services agreement. Well, wait a minute, is there any speaker cards?
No speaker cards on this one.
Do you have a burning desire to do it, or should we
It's
just
up to
move
you,
on?
sir. I'm here
Let's
at your
waive the
will.
reading, and let's go ahead and entertain a motion.
I'll move we approve CB1
I'll second that.
Let's vote.
as we needed.
Passes unanimously. We've already done NB1. Wasn't that fun? Didn't you all enjoy that? NB2. Oh, I got to recuse myself. Why am I recusing myself?
Due to the proximity of the project to property you own.
Okay.
Is Mr. Reeves here? Okay, we don't have a speaker card. Any speaker cards? We can do a motion.
I'll move that we approve NB2, approving the task order number 2 for Aspen Environmental Group.
Second that?
We have a motion and a second. Let's vote. Do we have results? Motion passes 4-0 with Mayor Paris recusing himself.
What did you say?
I said you recused yourself.
Oh, recused. I thought he was insulting me. So, tell me, I used the facilities and I missed the arrest. Is that what you're telling me?
NB3?
Nobody's going to tell me? Never mind. Let's go. Any speaker cards?
No, but we have Mr. King here that he's stayed and listened to NB2 for us, and he has a burning desire to come talk to us.
Come on down, Jim.
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, thank you very much for entertaining this motion of support for BYD. Just wanted to give you a real quick update as to where we were with the language. The conferees came out with their agreement, which essentially agrees with the Senate version of things, which handicaps us by blocking customers from tapping federal funds to buy our buses. The one thing that did come out in the language was that there is a 2-year moratorium on them before they enact that ban. So we've essentially got 2 years to fight back. And believe me when I tell you this, that we're going to give them a very good fight, and we're going to get this overturned. One thing I wanted to tell you guys is I want to thank you so much for the city's partnership, our relationship with BYD. Because of this relationship, BYD's been able to bring over 800 jobs to Los Angeles County, and if we can keep politics out of our business, we plan on adding several hundred more jobs as well. Lastly, I just want to extend an invitation to those of you on the council who perhaps have not been at our BYD for a visit or a tour. Please come on out. We'll gladly show you around. We love showing off that place. We'll introduce you to folks that we've had, people who've been incarcerated, who've come out, turned their lives around and have good jobs. Single moms who are able to take care of their kids because they've got good jobs. We've got a ton of great stories for you to hear, and so I would invite all of you to come out and we'll show you around. And I'm around to answer any questions you have anytime.
Jim, you're going to the ABTA is going to reach a milestone of 2 million miles, electric miles. That's over 500,000 barrels of oil that we've saved. So we thank you. Great buses. It's a shame what the Congress did. They have their political reasons, and hopefully we'll get someone in Congress that can turn it around.
Yeah, that's one of the things I'd like to point out is we do have an election coming up in November, so we could have a whole different set of players to deal with the next time around. And AVTA, you guys have been such a great customer, friend, and partner. We're proud to be associated with you folks. We're proud to sponsor Stuff a Bus. Just a great relationship. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
You're welcome.
I think we would be remiss if we didn't thank Kevin McCarthy for getting this 2-year moratorium on it. Without that, we'd be dead in the water. We now got 2 years to kill it, and that would not have happened but for his efforts. And I think as a city, we should be very appreciative of that.
Thank you for pointing that out, sir.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
He also gave us $8.6 million to buy more buses from BYD to do that with. So
we always appreciate more orders, sir.
Yes,
thank you.
He's been very good to us, and that's what a congressman should do.
And I'd like to point out BYD will be out at Magical Boulevard. Come on by. I'll give you guys a candy cane and a kazoo.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, do we need to vote on this?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll move we adopt Resolution 19-61.
I second that.
Let's vote. And it passes unanimously. Council agenda.
I get to redo it?
What are we doing on that, Jason?
You're going with that chart.
This here?
Yeah.
Okay. Start with the appointments of the commissions, right? Healthy Community Commission, Chair is Stephen Derryberry. Michelle Fluke, Vice Chair. Eric Matos, Nicole Gersten, Christina Hong. Don't we have names for High Desert Medical and...
We're still waiting on High Desert Medical to decide who they want to select, and there's 2 Palmdale representatives, and they'll provide us those names as well. This is the Regional Health Commission that you were working on.
I know.
So we're looking to them as input.
And there's supposed to be a Palmdale appointee, right?
Correct. Palmdale appointee from the Palmdale Hospital, as well as an appointee from the City Council or the City of Palmdale.
Okay, well, the 4 that I named, let's vote on them. Is there a motion?
You just made the motion. I'll
The motion
second
is
it.
yours.
Let's vote. They're approved unanimously, and we'll fill the other slots next time around. Homeless Impact Commission. My friends, the ones who... Donna Tremere, Teresa Dawson, Nigel Hawley, Fran Sarasaris, I got it, didn't I? I thought I said it backwards. And the council member that's going to be meeting with them and working with them is Daryl Doris. Okay. That's the nomination. Is there a second?
Second.
Let's vote. It's unanimous. Approved. I want to reserve the architectural and design till the next meeting. Okay. We'll leave it in. Planning Commission, the chair will be James Vos. Sandy Smith is vice chair. Diana Cook. Cassandra Harvey. King Moore. Rutger Paris. And Councilman Molly will be the city representative. You know how we're doing that? Remember, we're
Yes.
putting... Okay.
Second.
Let's vote. It's unanimous. There's a seat still vacant that we'll deal with at the next meeting, right?
Correct.
Criminal Justice Commission. Jeff Little, Evelyn Medrano, Mark Brown, Tim Fuller, Howard Harris, Jen Herr, and Drew Mercy is the proposed chair. You know, Planning Commission, do I actually appoint that, or do they appoint their own? The
I
chair.
believe Planning Commission appoints its own.
I'm sorry, what?
I believe Planning Commission appoints its own.
Their own chair, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think so.
I think the criminal justice he appoints.
I appoint everybody else.
I
But,
believe you appoint everybody but Planning Commission.
okay. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
And the chair on that will be Drew Mercy. The vice chair will be up to them.
You should do Jeff because he's the chair now.
Okay, Jeff Little will be the vice chair. Okay, and that's how we'll do it.
We should vote on that again then, since that wasn't part of your original.
No, I get to appoint that.
I'm sorry?
I just get to appoint that.
Oh, okay.
All right. Okay. The took care of that. Council reports. Mr. Chris.
ABTA will reach the milestone of 2 million miles, electric miles. That's an incredible amount of miles that we're putting on our buses. We're like 78% all electric. We're waiting for our commuter buses to be built and approved. So we're now putting them in line. We did get the extra $8.6 million from them to buy more buses. Those buses will be used for the purpose of running service to not only Plant 42, but Edwards Air Force Base. So it's a good thing that we're doing there. Everything else remains the same, and we've replaced our entire fleet. We have a little over $100 million in grants doing it, and we have $11 million in the bank.
How do you pull $100 million in grants?
We asked
that could
for
add up pretty fast.
We asked our assemblyman, and he just worked on it, and he got us. I believe Mr. Lackey is responsible for $39 million of those grants.
No kidding. Damn, I'm going to vote for you. $39 million. Wow.
We're going to have to change his title and call him the money guy, I guess, huh?
That's phenomenal.
We appreciate that.
So how much did Scott Wilk get us?
You'll have to ask him.
38.5.
All right. Anything else?
Just on the sanitation district, I did talk with some people in ABAC today, and some of the other sanitation districts are looking to bank their water. I believe our sanitation water, their tertiary water that we have, it belongs to Waterworks 40. but we're looking that instead of wasting the tertiary water, that we can start water banking it and getting credit for it through the water masters that way. So we're going to try to do that. Everything else remains the same on the sanitation district.
Council reports. Councilman Doris, what have you done?
Well, first of all, let me just say thank you to Mayor Parris and to the council for giving me this opportunity. I appreciate it. I love this city dearly, and I hope I've proven that in the last 2.5 years as deputy mayor. And I'm looking forward to serving more. Continually doing what I've already been doing and even more at a greater capacity. So I'm looking forward to that, and hopefully at the next meeting I'll have a ton to say, especially with this.
I expect you to fix this homeless problem.
I will fix it.
I mean, what, 2 weeks?
Me and our vice mayor will work together to get this taken care of.
Thank you. We all good? Anybody else?
Well, I just wanted to say this, since this is the last meeting of the year, I would like to wish everybody safe and happy holidays and Merry Christmas.
Can I chime in also and say I want to thank Tom Lackey personally for coming and supporting me tonight. He is a great assemblyman, and I'm honored to call him my friend.
To say nothing of the 36 million. Yeah. Thank you for being here. I needed the help up here, Tom. We all good? Got anything?
No, other than chime in what Councilman Molly said is, I know we're not to the comments yet, but wish everybody a blessed and Merry Christmas.
Personally, I feel like the Thanksgiving turkey, but
Say something, but I'm not going to.
that's a good idea. All right. City manager, any announcements?
We have one video that we'd like to show our Public Works team. We are very proud of. They've won some awards, and some of which are very projects that the council was integrally involved in. So let's run the show.
The City of Lancaster was honored by the Southern California chapter of the American Public Works Association with 2 Best Project of the Year awards, honoring agencies that are building excellence and shaping tomorrow in public works. The first of these 2 awards is for the city's renovation of the 15th Street East and 15th Street West intersections on Lancaster Boulevard. Being previously ranked as 2 of the city's highest incident intersections, city leaders deployed multiple countermeasures like roundabouts and road diets together within the urban core of the city, while applying the adopted master plan of complete streets to improve safety for all users. This project received the Best Transportation Project of the Year award for the boldness of its design and successful deployment of several safety measures that work synergistically to achieve traffic calming and reduce travel time, all while creating a community environment that encourages both mental and physical health. The city received a second Best Award for its See and Be Seen Signal Cabinet Wrap, Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Education Campaign. To address high bicycle and pedestrian collisions in the heart of the city, Lancaster developed artistic cabinet wraps focused on bicycle and pedestrian safety and safe routes to school education. Funded by the California Office of Traffic Safety, what started with a single corridor concept grew into a multifaceted campaign with 35 wrapped cabinets throughout the city, school outreach education affecting more than 7,500 students across 5 elementary schools and 2 high schools, and a social media campaign utilizing Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Instagram. The See and Be Seen campaign was also chosen by the American Public Works Association as a feature innovation at the organization's international conference in September. This is the first cabinet wrap program in the nation to integrate traffic safety education with the artistic wrapping of signal cabinets. The Office of Traffic Safety says that this project is a game changer for the future of traffic safety education.
Thank you very much.
change the logo, but you're working on that, aren't you? Is that part of the whole rebranding? Good. Thank you, Rhonda. Okay.
More speaker cards.
Oh. We couldn't.
I'm sure they're gone, except for Mr. Eden.
Norma? Really? I mean, Norma?
Let her do the...
Oh.
Oh, it's okay. I'm not offended at all.
You need to read it.
You got to do it.
This is the time to address City Council agency authority on non-agendized matters. Speaker cards can be found on the back table of the council chambers. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each unless a different time limit is announced. State law prohibits the City Council from taking action on items not on the agenda, and your matter may be referred to the City Manager. Thank you.
Thank you. Brother Perry. I think he left, right?
He's gone.
Fran.
Good evening, or should I say, I'm going to say good night, huh? Mayor Paris, Vice Mayor, Council, and staff. And ladies and gentlemen, my name is Fran Sarasaris. First of all, thank you for reinstating me again. I was sweating bullets there for a while. But I have a lot of confidence in you and in myself, and I'm glad to hear that we'll be working with Councilman Darrell on the Homeless Impact Commission, because we do need a lot of help, and then getting this group together, I think is going to be very, very helpful. My main purpose is to wish everybody a blessed, Merry Christmas and the happiest of New Year's, and I want to God bless you all, and thank you very much for allowing me to do what I do, and I hope I can continue on and be helpful to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Fran.
Thank you, Fran.
Norma. George.
Mayor Paris, Vice Mayor Chris, council members, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how to top what you guys went through already. It's unbelievable. My concern is I'm blessed too that I'm thanking Tom Lackey to be here also. Can we be the first city to implement where any gun part be ordered through a licensed certified gun store for replacement? The 16-year-old boy that killed the 2 kids at Saugus High School and himself assembled a .45 caliber gun by buying the parts online and mailed to the homes.
Really?
Let's cancel home delivery of gun parts in the city of Lancaster first, and maybe the state can implement it through the whole state. I mean, the kid, come on, a 16-year-old, there's no way he's registered to have a firearm. How did this get slipped through? And if a 16-year-old can do it, I've seen kids 10 and 12 smart enough on a computer to do it. Online sales of gun parts being delivered to homes has to stop. I'm not going after anybody personally.
Without serial numbers.
Yeah, no serial numbers. And
What is a serial number
people
matter?
all have children. You should all be concerned about this, from elementary, junior high, high school, to your churches, yours too, and right and back up Tom Lackey, Scott Wilk. I don't want to hear this Democrat-Republican stuff. This is something for all our children, okay? For one thing, we have to get ourselves together and focus on something. And if we got to start it for home delivery on those gun parts, let's do it.
I would know that. That's why I got a city attorney.
I know, but she's going to tell you no. This is federal.
I think we may face a preemption problem, but I will look into it.
No, don't. I think you're right.
I think we have a preemption problem, but Yeah, I think it's a state
George,
issue.
I don't know how we could do that without. I mean, I don't think we have jurisdiction to do it. I mean, I kind of like the idea. I kind of like the idea of being able to do it, because if we made it illegal and something happened,
Yeah, all I
there'd
hear
at
is
least
these
be
people
civil
want gun
liability
control,
for it,
but nobody does nothing about the stuff that's online. It doesn't make no sense to me.
Captain, do you have any suggestions?
To be honest, no. I have to research it further. You have so many different agencies that deal with that it becomes muddled, to say the least. But I'd be happy to work with staff and research however we can research.
I'd have to see a path before we started putting resources there. I don't see a path to get there. Was it a ghost gun that?
According to Yahoo News and Mr. Beatty, yes.
Yeah, it just blows me away. How can they be home delivery? How do you scrutinize somebody with a license at a house, but the product's being mailed to their house?
We need a king.
I'm sorry to take up more time, but that's
Your daughter was at Saugus?
Yes.
That'd have been horrifying.
It was. Luckily for me, I was able to get a hold of her very quickly via text, and I knew she was okay, and just told her, hey, there'll be 1 million cops there before you know it, and she was already texting me, they're already here, and it just so happened that her godfather is a SWAT guy for us, and he was the officer that came in and evacuated her classroom, so it was... for her, it was lucky, fortuitous to have someone there, but it's terrifying, and it's it's scary. And you think there's a gazillion high schools in the United States, and the odds are it will never happen to you. But the fact is, it can happen. It can happen anywhere, and anything you can do to prevent that is worth fighting for. But it's
all right,
yeah,
it's
just crazy time. The fight started.
I get it. Let's look at it.
Okay.
Just to add too, my youngest daughter's the head of security. She's a security supervisor at the West Ranch High School in Valencia, and she's real concerned because it was 5 minutes after that happened in Saugus. They were on lockdown.
All right, I'm in. Let's see if we can do it.
Okay.
Thank you. You okay with that?
Yes. Is Henry going to talk?
Did you want to talk, Henry?
Yes, sir, if I may.
David Paul.
Well, you don't have a speaker card.
He has a golden.
You're kind of pushing that mayor emeritus thing a little far, aren't you? David, come on down. Then we're going to let the mayor emeritus talk. But Henry, I am really tired. I mean, I'm tired. I got beat up tonight.
Well, that's what I wanted.
I mean, you all think this is easy. It ain't easy. Go on.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Assemblyman Lackey, good evening. It was a fun and challenging night, wasn't it? It just...
Yeah, maybe for you.
reminds me of the challenges we face. You know, George just brought up another thing, the school shootings. There are so many problems in the world. I have a newspaper, I picked this up, and it's got the world's oceans losing oxygen rapidly, study finds. So we're in the middle of an environmental catastrophe, and that's why I'm so proud of my city for investing in alternative energy and all of that. This next article is kind of weird because we didn't have these things as a possibility, but it's about bone marrow transplants. And did you know that your DNA can change from a bone marrow transplant? And they find that 100% of the semen men produce is from the host of the DNA. So they don't even have the right to have their own children after something like that. And it's just so confusing. We didn't have to deal with all those sorts of things. And, you know, I just have been waiting all my life for things to get to the point where we'll have to fix them. And it doesn't seem like the world's going to snap back. But it really heartens me to know that we work on it here. I found this thing the other day from FDR, and his the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. And this is the second part. He says, fear, nameless, unreasoning, unjustified terror, which paralyzes needed efforts to convert retreat into advance. That's one thing I like about our city. We don't get into that fear. We advance. And I'm willing to help next year with some of this homeless stuff. You know, I serve in the problem-solving subcommittee, and people are really quick to point fingers. Why aren't you solving these problems? One of the things I was thinking about was that gentleman with Measure H funds, and none of that is for housing. It's for temporary housing. It's mostly for services. So we need to build affordable, low-income dwellings for people that are losing their homes, our seniors, the young people. These are all real concerns. But I'm confident that this city will work on them. And I am proud to be a resident of this city and to be able to have the chance to contribute, because that's what makes the difference in the world. That's what makes all this uneasiness okay if we're working at it. So thank you all, and Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and next year we'll get at this again, and I just can't wait. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, David. Bishop.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I don't need 3 minutes. I just wanted to say that I decided tonight I had the time to sit in and be here to support all that you're doing, and at the same time be here with Pastor Darrell Doris and to support him in his full night, and I'll give him a rundown of what I saw and what I felt and all that. But I do want to say to you, Mr. Mayor, and to the council, I'm very thankful for the resolution that you have for the homeless feeding and all of that. I think you've made a really good decision. And our prayers are with you, and I want to say Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to all of you. Brother Tom, thank you for being up there with him. And just know that I'm available to you all whenever you need me for whatever. And glad to be a veteran and represent you all from that standpoint. God bless you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas. It's been a long time since we've had a meeting this late, right? All right. Any comments before we close?
I do have just a couple.
You're kidding.
No.
They're very welcome.
Julie, thank you for staying here from the Valley Press. We appreciate it. We appreciate the coverage. And, you know, you always do fair stories, so thank you. I want to thank Darrell for being on. You know, I appreciate your service and, you know, for what you do. Looking forward to working with you. And I want to thank Angela Underwood-Jacobs for her past service and what she did. And, Tom, thank you for the $39 million. Okay, I'm done.
Praise God. The next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, January 14, 2020 at 5 p.m. Carol, my day is done and I'm coming home.